We are at episode 100. I can't believe it. Took about 4.5 years to get here. And truth be told, we're still in our infancy. A lot more to come. But you know, as I reflect through the past 100 episodes, I've thought a lot about, you know, what does this show mean to me? What is the reoccurring message, the reoccurring theme, and for me, you know, what I get out of this and what I hope you all get out of this is no matter how dark of a place you're in, no matter how bad it is, no matter how much you've messed up in life, there is always a way out. There is always a way to put that behind you and find redemption to become a better human being, a better dad, a better husband, a better countryman, just a better person all around. And the guests that have been on here have proven that time and time again. Thank you for sticking around. Man, that chokes me up to say that. But our 100th guest really needs no introduction, but I just want to say that I found him to be an incredible human being. I'm proud to know him. He's done a hell of a lot for the country in service and continues to out of service beyond what anybody's ever asked him. And he just still does it today. He's a former UFC fighter. He's a former, he still is Green Beret, actually. And I can't believe I hadn't met him until dinner before we actually recorded this show. But perfect guest for 100 and a new friend of mine. Ladies and gents, if you get anything out of this, please comment, like, and subscribe to the YouTube channel. And if you're feeling extra generous, head over to Apple and Spotify. Leave us a review, even if it's just one word. That really helps the show out. And I want you to know that no matter how you've supported us, whether you've been here from the beginning in the gun review days, or you're just coming and this is your first episode, you're a patron, however it is, I appreciate it. My team appreciates it, and we love you. And without further ado, I'd like to welcome Mr. Tim Kennedy to the Shawn Ryan Show. Here's to the next 100, and God bless America. Tim Kennedy, welcome to the show, man.
Hello, Shawn. Thanks for having me.
Dude, long time coming. How have we not crossed paths before?
I have no idea. I was, as I was throwing out names of good friends, former teammates, and you're doing this with them, and I'm doing this with them, and there was overlap, but I don't think any ever connection.
Yeah.
In our circles, we probably have 200-300 people that we both know. But this is the first opportunity I've had to sit down with you.
Well, it's an honor to have you here, man.
Honor's
real
mine.
Honor.
Yeah.
I've been real excited to meet you, so thank you for making the trip. But so we're gonna do a life story on you.
Okay.
It's gonna be super interesting.
Ooh.
I know. You think it might be boring. That's what you said in the text, but I guarantee you, it's not. I can't wait to get this out. And no pressure. I didn't tell you last night at dinner, but you're going to be episode 100.
What?
Hell yeah.
Nice.
So, pretty cool. Pretty cool.
That's awesome.
But let me kick this off with an introduction here.
Okay.
It's a long one. Tim Kennedy, husband, father of three daughters, one son. You're a Special Forces Green Beret, Special Forces Sniper, Ranger qualified, infantryman, and airborne. Former professional mixed martial arts fighter and two-time title challenger, having fought in the largest organizations in the world to include the UFC, Strikeforce, IFL, and WEC. Black belts in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and U.S. Army combatives. You're an author, New York Times bestseller of Scars and Stripes, an unapologetically American story of fighting the Taliban, UFC warriors, and myself. #1 audiobook in the world for more than 13 weeks. It's very impressive.
It's wild. It's a mouthful.
Chapstick connoisseur.
Yep.
Co-owner of Ranger Up. CEO of Sheepdog Response, which is a tactical training and self-defense company. Co-founder and board member of Save Our Allies. Can't wait to get into that. Opened in Apogee Academy, that's K through 12 charter school in 2020, and now you have more than how many schools?
We're going to open 50 new schools in 2024, and we launched online mentorship this year, and we have thousands of mentorees. What's the plural of? Yeah, that are all on this like sovereignty, freedom-loving American element that I wish every single American embraced, which is what it means to be a good contributing citizen.
Man, I love the motto, or maybe it's not the motto of this. I don't know what it is, but it's your personal goal, which is to
preserve and protect human life, empower people to provide for their families, and expand freedom.
And take down the Department of Education.
Oh yeah, the end state for Apogee is to abolish every useless form of education, or whatever that word means, to truly give back sovereignty to the family, so that children can be what they're destined to be, which is amazing individuals and critical thinkers and contributing members of society. Not slaves, not lemmings, not consumers. Not
tax
labor.
Mules.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't wait to dive into that too. That is,
fun.
I didn't realize, I knew you had started a school. I did not realize how much traction and how fast that took off until I started doing a little research on you. So, man, that's just, you got some super honorable things you're doing. And
that's not me though. I mean, that's Matt Boudreau, my partner, Michelle Myers and Lauren that run the school. Like they're 100% all credit goes to them and to God. Because if I was in charge of any of it, they'd be like, there'd be swords on the walls and there'd be axes. You see little kids running around with tomahawks, like, let's go. So fortunately they put me in a corner and limit my influence.
And one of the few fighters to serve in the military and fight professionally at the same time.
Yeah, I don't know if that was the best idea, but
well, part of your story now.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, man, I am really excited to have you here. Everybody's pumped about this. We got a Patreon community. They're the reason I'm here. They're the reason you're here, and that I'm able to do this. And so, I give them an opportunity to ask questions.
Okay.
And so this one is from Stephen Casey. In reference to the Hunting Hitler TV series that you did on the History Channel, are there any things that didn't make it into the episodes that are worth knowing? What got cut, if anything, from the series that would help us understand better?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's a hard question. About half of what we investigated ended up on the edit room floor. So I'd say we overshot 200% of the investigation that never went into. Yes, it was real, truthful storytelling, but they're also following like this narrative of a story that they wanted to tell, and the arc of that story was, did Hitler get out? The things that I cared about are around the idea of how did these Nazis get out, and more importantly, how did their ideas get ground and have legs into history moving forward. One of the hardest things that didn't make it into the show was us following some of the Nazis in the Middle East and North Africa.
What are they doing in North Africa?
Yeah, well, they were aligning with radical Muslim groups. And what do the Nazis and the Muslims have in common? They want to kill Jews. That's right. So, the founding of the Mujahideen to the Grand Mufti, when Israel was first going to become a nation in 1944, when it finally happened in 1946, the Grand Mufti was organizing every single neighboring country to attack. The Grand Mufti was being advised by Nazis. And every one of those Muslim-based countries, the Grand Mufti, who was like the religious leader at the time over all of them, he was orchestrating and organizing strategically the connective advisors, which were Nazis that had been smuggled out of Germany and into North Africa, and like anywhere that they could go, that they were welcomed. So like in Argentina, for example, a gigantic Nazi population, huge German settlements that were there. Even in Texas,
you still see that down there?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I went,
wow.
This got cut. We went into this fight club as I was trying to find out about, these legacy heritage family owners, the landowners down in Argentina. Like, we'd go to these rural, remote areas, and you'd walk into a coffee shop, and you're like, "Buenos dias," and they're like, "Guten Morgen." I'm like, "All right." I mean, you're in the middle of nowhere, and there's this blonde 60-year-old dude with blue eyes, and he's correcting you speaking Spanish in Argentina because he wants to speak German in his coffee shop. And I mean, it's rooted in there. Going to this fight club as I was trying to find out who owned some of these pieces of property that we're getting on. There were dudes with SS tattoos on their necks, swastikas on their arms, palm leaves on their sides, and all the way back to the
What does the palm leaf mean?
The German campaign of North Africa.
Okay.
It's like a palm tree with a swastika at the base of it.
Shit, I've not seen that.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I'd literally like see, and these are grandsons of, men that escaped war, criminal hearings to settle in Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, Paraguay, North Africa, and the Middle East.
Wow.
Yeah, they got out. That didn't make it into the show.
Go figure. One more question. This is actually from another patron, but I'm personally interested in this too. Her name's Amy Weaver. She wants to know, did we get Hitler or did he escape?
Well, he died for sure. Now, did he die in April in 1945 in the bunker? Or did he live a few more years? We know his health was deteriorating rapidly at the end of the war. Regardless of if he got out, we know his ideas got out. And the way that we did this investigation was we looked, as we're looking at patterns of life, as you know, like as you hunt people, every person has a fingerprint. And no matter where they go in the world, that fingerprint is how they live. Like if you want to find me, you're going to find me in jiu-jitsu gyms, you're going to find me in good coffee shops, you're going to find me in cold water, you're going to find me at shooting ranges. Like no matter where I go, I end up having this very similar pattern where I stay, the floor that I stay in, the room that I stay in. So as we figured out the pattern of life of these Nazis, we looked, 2 through 10 escaped. The Joseph Mengeles, the Skorzynskis, the Adolf Eichmanns, those guys got out. So if number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, if Martin Bormann, if all these guys got out, but Hitler then didn't and was left there to die, was he such a fanatic radical that he wanted to go down with the sinking ship? Or we know for a fact that all of the things they rehearsed and all of the escape routes that they had practiced were ultimately used by high-ranking Nazis. Could it have been Hitler? Absolutely. Did we find the smoking gun of here is his body, here's his skull, here's the DNA proof? No, we did not.
Interesting.
Yeah, frustrating.
Yeah, it's man, that had to be a fascinating project to be on.
It was a ton of fun. Getting a call when you're in a weird moment in your life, being like, oh, you can fly drones, you know how to use ground penetrating radar, you can speak Spanish, you got deployments in South America. Do you want to hunt Nazis? And I was like, yes, I do. First, I'm gonna hide this erection. Second, book me a flight, tell me where to go. I cannot wait. I've been hunting people my whole entire adult life, and now you're gonna tell me to hunt Nazis? The only thing better would be like zombies. Like this is like a moral-free, no guilt opportunity to hunt people. I'm in.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, we're getting ready to get into your life story, but first, everybody always gets a gift.
All right.
Any guesses?
Chlamydia. Already have it. No.
How many times?
Gummy bears.
Those are legal in all 50 states.
Okay.
Yeah, so feel free to dive in at any moment.
These are very nice packaging too.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
And yeah, I don't know if you've heard of that book.
Yeah, that's
it's a fascinating book. It'll be linked in the description if you want to pick up a copy.
There's a really ugly dude on the front that needs to get a haircut. And that obviously is range body armor. I mean, yeah.
Stars and Stripes, ladies and gents. New York Times bestseller for 13 weeks on audiobook. And I don't know how long for the book, but...
That's crazy.
But, yeah, so... You don't have to read that all now.
Okay.
A little light reading material for the ride home.
When I read the audiobook, you know, you're in a studio like this, it's completely silent. It's like sensory deprivation. And you're reliving, as you're reading your own book, like the worst moments of your life. Like this is not a war story of like, here's all the awesome things I did. It's literally all the things that I failed at my whole entire life. Failed title fights, failed as a teammate, failed as a Green Beret, like fail. And you're like sitting there in shame and embarrassment and humiliation by yourself in a sound studio. And dude, it was so hard to read this book.
I'll bet.
It was hard.
How long did it take you to do that audiobook?
They said like you probably knocked this out in like 5 days if you just like sat there. It took me a month.
A month?
A month.
Wow.
Yeah, like I'm 15 years old. My best friend dies in a car crash, and you know, like the youth, my childhood ends, and you know, when you're sitting there reading. Walking up to see my best friend's mom, who she's not the same woman that she was 2 days ago. There's no life behind her eyes. It's literally like a shark's eyes. There's just deadness behind there. And my best friend's older brother, Jordan, he couldn't even see me. Like he couldn't look at me because I was his brother's friend. And so like now I'm isolated and I'm living all of that stuff as I'm reading this book, but I'm remembering back to things that aren't even in this book. You know, your mind just travels so fast, especially with emotions and memories. It was so hard to read this. You know, when you got blown up, when I lost teammates, when you know, like that brings you back to some hard moments.
Well, I hope to cover a lot of that today. So,
well, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
The paperback just came out.
Did it really?
Yeah, this is like 3 weeks release here. It's cool.
Well, let's get into the interview now. Okay. So, where did you grow up?
I was born in San Luis Obispo, California, and my dad was a narcotics officer, and my mom was. They were like the opposites. She was a counselor at the church. She was a piano teacher. You know, she ultimately homeschooled us, and. You know, this is as a child that was born in the 80s and born in the 70s and raised in the 80s. You know, she'd walk around with a wooden spoon in her back pocket. You know, I think my little sister's first memories were like in the movie Twister, where like chunks of wood were flying past her head, which were these spoons that my mom just kept breaking. And so I was born in San Luis Obispo and raised in the Central Coast of California. Pastoral was Atascadero, Cambria. That was like our hood.
Yeah.
Cool.
How, middle class?
Yeah. Single income father of
so your mom was all volunteer?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. She's
living off a cop's salary.
Off a single income of a police officer in California in the 80s. We were poor. You know, we had one bathroom in the house. We always had somebody living in our house with us as well. You know, somebody from the church on hard times, or like, I can't remember a single moment growing up where my brother and I and my sister were sharing a room, or that there was somebody else sleeping. You know, if there was a girl that she was sleeping in the room with my sister, you know, she was struggling with an eating disorder or whatever, or like abuse at the house, they come and live with us because like the Kennedys were the safest place you could possibly be. You know, if you're in Mike Kennedy's house with Paula Kennedy, my parents, like, you're safe. And that projection of my parents and that essence of being a protector and a provider, like obviously heavily influenced me and how we grew up. You know, by the time, you know, my sister's in elementary school and my brother and I are, you know, 8, 10 years old, I'm already ready to throw down with somebody that sends a weird look towards my 6-year-old sister. Like it was just, this is who we are as men, is we're protectors first and foremost of our family.
Man, that's great. You don't hear that a lot these days.
No.
You know?
There are some. I wish it was a little bit more common.
Yeah, me too. So you had a tight-knit family.
Very tight.
Still close with your dad?
Incredibly close.
And your mom?
Yep.
And your siblings?
Yep. I'm flying. My brother's getting an award next week. His partner was in a really, really bad shooting. And my brother's just an epic hero. As my sister is brilliant. She's incredible. There's a photograph of my brother running, so like covering fire as he's moving his partner off the X from the shooting.
Man.
And it's an incredible photo, but more importantly, like in that moment, my brother is the ground force commander of this shooting where, you know, a great community hero gets shot up by a criminal. And my brother's taking this dude, getting him to safety to medevac him out to save his life. So I'll fly to California so my brother can get his award next Friday.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations to him. That's
he's amazing.
Incredible. So what were you into growing up?
Fixing fences, fighting Mexicans. Like this is rural California. When people hear California, like, yeah, I surfed. I was not a surfer. Hollywood was 4 hours south. San Francisco is 4 hours north. You know, there was avocado trees. There were the beginning of wineries, not a lot of wineries. So there's garlic, there's onions, there's strawberries. The orange trees are further south and inland. You know, I'm working on the Scalary Ranch. I did martial arts. I shot, I hunted, and I worked. We started working young.
What do you think you really excelled at?
Getting into trouble. I started like throwing down early. You know, somebody would say something slick to my sister, and I was like a pit bull that had been starved and locked in a cage for too long, and I would just go. I just needed an excuse. The first time I heard my brother-in-law, who married my sister, he's Asian, and his brother also adopted. He was black, and we're at the California Mid-State Fair in Paso Robles, California. And I heard 2 words that I'd never heard before.
Did you just say your brother's adopted?
My brother-in-law is
your brother-in-law.
Korean and adopted, and his other brother is also adopted. There were 6 like white German kids, Koenig, and then there were 6 adopted kids, a family of 12. And the races of the adopted kids were varying of, you know, black and Asian, and we're at the California Mid-State Fair, which is like, again, really rural. And, you know, I hear 2 nasty racist words. I didn't even know what they meant, but I knew what they were intended to mean. Mm-hmm. And I was like,
here's the situation. You've got China, Russia, Ukraine, the border. The banks seem to be collapsing. Plus, the Chinese just negotiated with Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Brazil to drop the US dollar. And most Americans, including myself, feel that we're in a recession right now. But despite all the evidence, I can't tell you what's going to happen for sure. Nobody can. Yet when it comes to your money, you should understand what's at stake. That's why I partnered with Goldco to possibly help at times like this. Go to shawnryanshow.com or call 855-936-GOLD to get your free gold and silver kit. The kit shows you how to defend your money with precious metals and how listeners of the show could get up to $10,000 in bonus silver. Go to shawnryanshow.com or call 855-936-GOLD to get your free gold and silver kit. I can't predict the future, but I can certainly prepare for it. So go to shawnryanshow.com or call 855-936-GOLD now. Performance may vary. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
It's that time of year again where daylight savings time is about ready to start up, at least for most states. And the goal is to give us more daylight from March through November. By setting our clocks forward, it may feel like there are more hours in the day, but if you're hiring, it doesn't necessarily help you find qualified candidates for your role any sooner. There's only one way to do that, and that's ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/SRS. You see, ZipRecruiter works around the clock to find qualified candidates for you. Once you post your job on ZipRecruiter, they'll send it to 100+ job sites so that you reach more of the right people that fit the job you've posted. ZipRecruiter's smart technology also quickly scans thousands of resumes to identify people whose skills and experience match your job. Spring forward with a new hiring partner, ZipRecruiter, and find top talent sooner. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Just go to this exclusive web address to try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/SRS. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/SRS. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Here we go. Like, that's all I need, So I'm like over here fighting 3-4 dudes, men. Like I'm a teenager with cowboy hats on and Levi's that are nice and pressed with good boots, and like I don't care. I'm just going for it. So it was really early when my dad recognized that I have to do something with that middle-born, second-born child because he's going to go to prison forever if I don't figure out what to do with him. So he put me to martial arts, boxing, kickboxing, jiu-jitsu, and I really, really liked that.
What age did you start that?
I was in probably 6, 7, 8 when I started the Shotokan karate, then taekwondo to Japanese jiu-jitsu to Hawaiian Kempo to, like, I just kept on playing with different styles. It wasn't until like Chuck Liddell and Jake Shields came into my gym, and I was like I was 16 years old, big fish in a little pond where I could do really well against everybody in all styles of fighting, stand up, and I was competing, I was traveling around. So I thought I was a big deal until Chuck Liddell and Jake Shields came in, and they mopped the match with me like I was a petulant, useless child. And I was like, I don't know what just happened, but wherever they train at, I need to go train with them. So I started training at the pit with John Hackelman and Chuck and Gann and Scott Adams, and that was Glover Teixeira, the guys that became UFC champions.
So you were a protector. I mean, it's carried on throughout your entire lifespan, obviously, but it started protected your sister and your family and your friends, and then Special Forces, Save Our Allies, Sheepdog Response. I mean, there's an ongoing trend here. But what you had mentioned earlier in the interview about your best friend died in a car accident.
Yeah.
And that was the end of your childhood.
Yeah. I don't know, I had an amazing childhood, but it was also wrought with disaster. There was death in my life always, like Christmas Day, my grandma dying, watching my grandpa die slowly of emphysema. He's a World War II greatest generation guy, so watching him slowly shrink and pass. My mom played the piano at church. Carol Lee Stewart was the worship leader at that church, and she died in a scuba diving accident. Her son Nathan was like my best friend through grade school, and her other daughter was my sister's best friend. So Nathan and I, and so when she died, I think I was maybe 9, 10 years old, and having somebody that was such a staple in your life just gone. She was there every Sunday. I'd see her 3 or 4 days a week as she's dropping Nathan off to our house, as she'd go run the errands in town because they kind of lived out a little bit. And then I don't see Nathan anymore. And then, that these are formative memories of like, okay, how do you, death is so prevalent and life is so finite. And then when I was 15, we were, these are great kids. When I say they're going to parties, they're like going to Christian after Bible study parties. Like there was no drinking. They're young men behind a steering wheel, which is a very dangerous thing, and trying to pass one of their friends on a turn, and somebody came around the turn and they had a head-to-head collision with another car. And Jordan was giving his little brother Jared CPR, and that was the last night I saw Jared, obviously, and I didn't see Jordan for a decade. Like we couldn't see each other. I didn't want to see him. He didn't want to see me. Like it was literally just the end. And walking up, carrying that casket as a pallbearer and knowing that like my childhood friend is here and, push it in the back of that, go take it up to the top of the Atascadero Cemetery. And, that dirt going on the top of that coffin, not just literally sealed him, but like sealed childhood. Like the age of innocence is over.
Yeah.
And from that moment for the next 15 years, I was a force, a thing without purpose and a thing without direction, which is a really dangerous thing.
Yeah.
A young man without purpose, man.
Yeah. We see that a lot today too now.
Yeah.
In all aspects. But what got you interested? I mean, your dad sounds like he was a very good narcotics cop.
Yeah. Well, a peak war on drugs.
Mm-hmm.
This is Pablo Escobar and the cartels, the syndicated criminal organizations have finally like legitimacy in a way that we are just now understanding, where they're bribing people. As lobbyists have influence over people, the cartels had influence over governments. So they controlled Colombia up to Mexico, all through Central America, North, South America. And in an operation very similar to like Fast and Furious, my dad and his team, this narcotics task force, steal an entire plane of cocaine from Pablo Escobar, Costa Rica. They bring it to the United States. They distribute the cocaine, pallets. These are pallets of cocaine. And I remember walking into San Luis Obispo, my mom, my brother, sister, and I went to Madonna Inn and grabbed some pies. And we walk into this storage area, and there's 2 pallets of cocaine. And my dad, who's a giant, and all of his colleagues are giants. They're all like 6'5", 6'6", 300-pound dudes. They're sitting there with MP5s suppressed. There's a Porsche and a Lamborghini sitting in this storage facility, and there's 2 pallets of cocaine. And I just hand off these pies, and then we go back home. This is like, all of my memories are like this growing up. They took that cocaine and they gave it to regional distributors. Those distributors then gave it to like street dealers. And then in 1 week, they went and arrested all of the distributors and all of the dealers. Like they arrested hundreds of these people on the whole entire West Coast. They didn't lose a single gram of cocaine.
Wow.
This is, they're good.
Wow.
And this is also when meth was starting to really explode on the West Coast. And my dad had a background in chemistry, and he started recreating different ways to cook meth. Like we had like big, huge glass beakers, like huge chemistry sets in my house. I'm like, if only people understood that my dad was cooking meth. And the laws that we know now about how much NyQuil you can buy all came from that era of law enforcement guys figuring out, well, if you have this much NyQuil and you have this much, like if you're using Smurfs to go and buy all these different ingredients, so they added limitations as to how much you could buy of what type of chemicals to be able to produce or mass produce meth. I was like my dad.
Wow.
It's sick.
Did you realize the significance of all that?
Not at the time. No. I am dumb, and I was even more dumb back then.
Man, that's interesting. I'll bet your dad's got some really good stories.
You would love, the dude's a wild man. Like we're just at SHOT Show. He's like the most gregarious. This is not the dad that I grew up in the 80s, right? Mm-hmm. Like the grandpa that he is to my son, where he's teaching my son how to shoot his precision rifle, and my son puts his finger on the trigger a little bit early, doesn't have a sight picture yet, and he's like, "Hey, hold on there. Rollo. Your middle name's Michael. You're my namesake. We never put our finger on the trigger unless we're actively engaged in a target. I was like, wait a second. You kicked me in the head at this moment right here? I remember you kicking me. And he's like, well, it's different now. And I was like, I got it, Dad. But knock it off. Now he's just like he and my mom are the sweetest. Like spending time with Mike and Paula is nobody comes away with that. Like if you go to their house, they're cooking for you a gigantic, huge meal. As you watch Thule elk come onto the property, you're going to the back patio and shooting out precision rifle a few hundred meters. That is just the most inclusive family environment. And now they're just the sweetest people.
You had mentioned also that you became pretty crafty because of your dad.
Yeah.
As a kid.
Yep.
Breaking into cars, using Slim Jims.
Yep.
What age did that start?
I mean, I had Slim Jims like in my room. I was probably 10 or 11 when I went into the church parking lot during a week Bible study, and I opened up every single car in the parking lot. Just for the act of knowing that I could break into every car in there. And I took things out of their glove box and I set it on the seat. So the pastor, Tom Gaddis, he and Woody Shoemaker, who is the youth pastor, they're like, everybody comes out, they see that all their cars are broken into. And, I'm just sitting here like, I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened to these cars. Like a ghost broke in there. And Woody Shoemaker, who is a former Navy SEAL, he's like, my youth pastor, he's like, Tim, come over here. I was like, yes, sir. He's like, you breaking these cars? Like, yeah. He's like, what'd you do that for? I'm like, I just needed to know that I could. Like my dad taught me how to do it. Like this is 10. Me and my friend Augie Gaw would take our rappelling gear. We're teenagers. We would cut holes into roofs of commercial buildings and rappel in there to figure out that we could steal stuff out of there. The statute of limitations, I'm fairly certain, has expired. So I'm not breaking any laws now, just for the act of doing it. And my dad teaching us how to go up and talk to anybody about anything and be able to break down barriers and how soon you can make contact with somebody, actually touch them to break down another barrier, to find out things about them and to build rapport. He could walk up to a stranger and as an undercover police officer, convince that stranger to sell him drugs that would send him to jail for forever. That's a skill that he taught all of us. And the skills of breaking into vehicles or breaking into houses or how to get a warrant or how to change a narrative to tell a certain story. These were things that we grew up. We're also a very Socratic household. My mom called us living room lawyers. We would sit down, my dad would pick a topic and we'd argue. He'd force you to pick a side. And then you'd have to defend and argue that side, whether you agreed with it or not. No kidding. And this is us at 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old.
Wow. So critical thinking was definitely celebrated in your house.
Very much so. And, by the time you start figuring out kind of who you are. At 18, I went to EMT school and the fire academy to become a firefighter. And Dad is still shaping, my brother now is a police officer. He's 21. I'm 18. I'm working at the Atascadero Fire Department. My brother's working, I think for his first one was San Luis Obispo PD. And still being shaped. We're not men yet. Frontal lobe is not developed. And my dad is, first time that I came home from a mass casualty incident, I'm covered in dirt and blood. I'm shaking. And, he's like, hey, go hop in the shower before you talk to your mom. I'm like, I'm fine. I'm just going to go to bed. He's like, go take a shower. I didn't realize that I was covered in blood and shaking and crying and couldn't even talk. I didn't even remember any of this. I remember just walking through the door and my dad telling me to go take a shower. And, he had already seen everything. He already knew what hell was like. And he was preparing his family for a real world that he knew would ultimately have to experience. He didn't know that 9/11 was going to happen.
So you became a firefighter at age 18?
That's right.
How long were you a firefighter for?
3 years until I could go to the police academy. And
no kidding.
Yeah.
So you knew Did you know when you became a firefighter it was going to be temporary?
Yeah.
Did you enjoy it?
I did. It was really hard work. Not in the way that physically hard. I loved that part of it. I loved being on a vehicle rescue and, cutting doors open and building fires. I loved the violence of fire. I made a lot of mistakes because I was young and dumb. Got some people hurt because I wanted to push more than I should have. Literally melted my helmet. My helmet, if you go to the Tascadero Firefighter 42, that was me. You see, I heard these pops and bubbles, and that was my helmet that was melting and popping, the plastic on the top. The thing that was hard was, going to a domestic violence call and finding, a kid in an oven and not being able to, that guy did it. I know that guy did it. And my job is not to be a witness to what's happening. My job is to provide medical aid to what's there. It's the police officer's job. So I always felt constrained and my hands tied as to what I should have been doing. But similarly, had I been a police officer, my view of justice would be for me to beat that dude to death. So that probably wasn't in alignment either. I don't know. I still figuring it out.
Yeah.
There's a serial killer in San Luis Obispo, California named Rex Krebs. And I was growing up when he was kidnapping women and they were just disappearing. And I was working at a bar called The Library in San Luis Obispo. Chuck and Scott, they were running it. So you literally had the best fighters on the planet as bouncers, and then this idiot bar backing and carrying out trash. But I remember at the end of the night, these girls, I could smell fear from them. They were so terrified to make that walk home from the bar back to their homes, not knowing if they were going to be the next girl that would just disappear. And I thought that was there's an era of Silence of the Lambs where Jodie Foster is hunting this unknown murderer. That was the embodiment of evil. That is what evil really was. And it wasn't until 9/11 that I saw what evil could be at scale. And so I wanted to hunt these type of serial killers. I wanted to hunt this type of evil because I thought it was the most evil thing that I could see that could exist. And then I saw a girl in a polka dot dress look out a window of a building that's on fire that she went into early because she was a single mother and she wanted to get off early so she could pick up her kids from school. And she's trying to make this decision about if she's going to jump to her death or burn alive. And her last act of conscious thought is to hold her dress down as she jumps to her death. And I wanted to kill everyone that had anything to do with that. That changed everything.
Man.
Remember that? Remember that falling man? That guy that just jumped out head first, like he was a professional skydiver in a delta position, just tracking down towards the ground?
Yeah, I do. So how old were you when 9/11 happened?
I was 21.
21, so you're just about to go into the police academy.
I was in grad school and, going to the police academy.
You were in it?
Mm-hmm.
What happened then?
Finished school and over the course of 18 months, I went to the recruiter's office on 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
There were 1,000 people in line. 1,000 people standing there trying to talk to a recruiter. And nobody was there. It was so I came back a few times. It took 18 months for me to ultimately get a 18 X-ray contract to go and try to. It was a fast track to become a special forces guy. And looked at every branch. Is trying to figure out how to get to MARSOC, how to get to BUDS, how do I get to Green Berets. It was what is the fastest route to get me on a plane to the desert.
So you picked Special Forces.
That's right. Yep.
How long did it take for you to ship out? To training.
Yeah. That 18-month timeline to finally get the 18 X-ray contract. So 2003 is when I left. And then that pipeline, that year and a half pipeline of basic training to infantry school to airborne school to this big, huge attritor called SOP-C, and then to selection, and then post-selection to small unit tactics, another attritor called SOP-C2, then to small unit tactics, then to phase 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, to SEER school, to the donning of the Green Beret. Then the day I graduated, I walked, and another weird, rare anomaly they had been tracking. I'd performed really well through training, and I also was a top 10 fighter on the planet when I enlisted.
You were already top 10 on the planet.
Yeah.
Shit.
I just won like the largest middleweight tournament on the planet, the Extreme Cage Fighting Championship. That Dennis King, Mayhem Miller, Ryan Narte, me, it was like 8 of the best fighters on the time. I was the lowest ranked guy in that whole entire tournament. I won. That was just a few months before I enlisted. And so they had been following me, and when I graduated, I went directly to the CRIF, which is something that should never happen. What's supposed to happen is you go to an ODA, you spend 2-3 years at an ODA, you get a bunch of experience, you go to some schools, then you go to this selection course, and a must requirement to go to the SIF and CRIF, which is Safartech, and then from there you go to a selection to go to this unit.
Okay.
That's what should always happen. That's not what happened with me. So I was this young child that knew nothing about the military, that knew nothing about war, knew nothing about the Army, that was then going to a special missions unit.
Damn.
Bad plan.
Well, let's rewind. See, let's skip basic training. Let's skip everything up to selection. How was that? Was that a challenge for you?
No.
It wasn't.
No.
You just breezed right through it.
Yeah. That post 9/11, you would have had to walk in to the barracks in the middle of the night like a ninja with a lead pipe and smashed dudes' knees in to have them quit. Mm-hmm. In our selection class, there was not a single quit. There's not one voluntary withdrawal. So now if there's 400 or 500 people that go to selection, 300-400 of them quit. And then of the remaining 100 to 200, maybe 20 or 30 end up getting selected. Mm-hmm. 4 to 8 out of 100. And then post 9/11, mm-hmm. not one quitter. Not one dude was like ringing a bell. Not one dude is saying that he wants out. Like you'd literally have to kill him to have them. Dude's feet were falling off, and they were taking super glue and gluing the bottom of their feet back on to pass team week.
Where were the majority of these guys from? Where are they coming from?
That class, there were a ton of collegiate athletes. They were from all over the world. Ton from Florida, ton from Texas, and ton from California. Like of the 90, like there's 600 something dudes that went through the SOP-C and ultimately the 88 that were selected in our class to go forward. Once you pass Special Forces Assessment and Selection, which is a 23, 28 day hard attritor, then you get selected to go to the Q course. The Q course is a year to a year and a half long pipeline of training you how to be a Green Beret. Mm-hmm. And then when you finish that pipeline, then you get to don your Green Beret and go to a team. And then when you get to your team, they tell you that you know nothing, you start all over again. But that, from that gigantic population of people that first were at SOP-C to the 88 guys that ultimately got selected, the 88 came from, like they were high level athletes from all over the nation, but most of them, Florida, Texas, and California.
88 people got selected that round.
Yep.
That's a lot.
It's a ton.
That's a lot. That's
highest percentage that they've ever had.
Is it real? Is it still to this day?
Yeah.
Man.
So it wasn't that it was easy for me. It was easy for us.
Yeah.
There's nothing that it was the environment. And we'd also been together from like this group of 18 X-rays had been together from basic training to infantry school to airborne school through SOPC. And we had learned, none of us had ever been in the military before. So we didn't know how to do Army. We just knew how to cheat. Mm-hmm. And we cheated at everything. And we figured out communication systems and how to, tap codes and symbols. And we had watches for when the cadre were going to be coming in to check you. So like the whole entire barracks is asleep. You're not allowed to be sleeping, but everybody's sleeping, but two people on either end at the two edges of the windows where the doors are cracked out a little bit and they're looking out, and they had like set up things that we could hear the guys walking. So the moment that we heard that sound, the whole entire barracks would get up and guys would start like fixing their rucksacks. Like we're breaking every single rule. You weren't allowed to run on the roads. We ran every road.
So with the 80, its biggest class to ever graduate selection or to get selected.
Highest percentage of graduates.
Highest percentage. With that amount of motivated men to go and protect the country, what do you think? I mean, the criteria had to be upped. They had to level it up, right? From what it usually is with that.
No, the standard never changes. The must pass gates, which are very close held, not secrets, but like the things that you have to do to be selected, those don't change. Like you have to run this far for this fast. You have to run this sprint for this fast. You have to be able to carry this much weight for this long. Here's the grading criteria during team week. Here's of these variety of must pass events. When you get through those gates and you're like checking as you go, that doesn't change. So you might have 5 people that graduate, 10 people that graduate, or 100 people that graduate. But everybody has to pass those gates.
But if you pass, I guess what I'm asking is if you pass, does that necessarily guarantee you a slot that you're going to be selected?
No.
So that's kind of what I'm asking is usually there's...
But this is peak war.
Yeah. So there was... What year is this?
2004.
Okay, so there's definitely... So they're expanding at this point.
They're expanding and guys are dying.
Okay.
And they're dying a lot.
Okay. So they were needed.
Yeah,
that's what I was getting at. I was wondering if they had the slots to fill 88.
They knew they were going to.
Yeah,
that's dark, but this is war, and in 2004, when you're looking at Fallujah and Ramadi and Sadr City, this is the first 10 years of GWAT from 2002 to 2012, like it was very dissimilar to the second 10 years of GWAT. Those first 10 years, that was war. Like those were battles, block by block, door by door, lots of killing, and on both sides. And Green Berets were carrying a big burden of that because they were the first ones in Afghanistan. They were the first ones that were in the big gunfights. They were also the ones that were, by, with, and through, advise, assisting, and accompanying these militant fighters. Because that's the special forces way, was to work with your aligned fighting force. So those guys were getting hemmed up and they needed help. Problem was 18 X-rays. We died way more than everyone else.
Can you describe what an X-ray is?
Normally to go to the Green Berets, you are in whatever, you're in the 82nd, you're in the 101st, you're in Ranger Regiment, and you are an E4, an E5, and you put in your packet to go to selection. That has always been the way. They've only done the 18 X-ray program one other time, which was during Vietnam, where you take a guy qualified off the street, so he has a high ASVAB score, he has a high GT score, he has a high PT score, and you put him into a special forces selection pipeline. And so they're SF babies. They've never spent a day in the Army, but they have on paper all of the qualifications that they could potentially later be a Green Beret. all of the guys coming from the regular Army, from combat arms, they have to have that same GT score. They have to have that same ASVAB score. They have to have the same PT score. But the most important thing is they have experience. And that had always been the requirement. You would have to spend 3, 4, 5 years in the Army. Then you could go to selection. The 18 X-ray program bypassed that. So, a college athlete, and that's why there are so many collegiate athletes in that class, because you had to be smart. You had to have a high GT score and a high ASVAB score, and you had to have a very high PT score. You then got this contract that promised you, if you passed basic training, infantry school, airborne school, and SOP-C, which is the big attritter, then you could go directly to selection. And but we died, I think, at twice the rate of regular Army Green Berets.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Damn, man.
Young and dumb.
Yeah.
Not invincible.
With going through the SF baby program, you get through selection, you get to the Q course, correct? How are you received there? Is a guy off the street who was pipelined right in?
Yeah, they hated us.
Did they?
Yeah. They.
How do you know they hated you?
Well, they told us they hated us. That was pretty direct. Like, I hate you. You don't deserve to be here. And to their credit, they're doing a tour as instructors. Mm-hmm. Like the NCO development, you'd go to a team for 3 to 5 years, and then you would go to SWIC, to the Special Warfare Training Group, and you would become an instructor teaching at one of the different phases, one of the different schools, Halo School, Sniper School, Scuba School, and you do, your 2-3 year tour as an instructor, and then you go back as a senior NCO back to the ODA. So now you have ODA time, you have instructor time, so you've really mastered a craft, and it made a lot of sense during peacetime. But these guys that are coming off these teams, you don't have a choice of when the timeline is for you to go to SWIC to teach. Maybe they just got back. Maybe they're going to miss a deployment because they got orders to go and teach. And now they're furious because they're missing the war. Now they're furious because their brothers are over there fighting and dying. And they're sitting here looking at a 22-year-old kid that just came out of college that thinks he knows everything and wants to go and be a warrior. And that guy's been on an ODA for 5-6 years and has, during peacetime, and has done everything perfect so he can go and be a war fighter. And now he's sitting there talking to a snot-nosed brat. I get it, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was my generation too. I was right there with you. And yeah, that had to be, I didn't really agree with it. We're all here to protect the country, right?
Yeah.
But I do understand it. And, the period between Vietnam and 9/11, there were very few.
Panama, Grenada, Desert Storm 1, which we didn't even have a part in.
There wasn't much to spread around.
Nope.
And so I get it. But what did you think of the Q course? Was that a challenge for you?
No.
Shit.
I loved it. I loved every second of it. I love SEER School. We were chomping at the bit to get done. Mm-hmm. I took accelerated language school. I tested out early. I just wanted to, how fast can I get that Green Beret on, get to a team, get on a plane? That was the only thing all of us wanted to do. All of us were fighting and positioning or going down to the companies and asking, hey, do you guys have like your deployment orders? Do you know which day you guys are leaving? Because all of us, the day that we graduate, all of us would be requesting to go directly to that company because they're the next one that are going to be bouncing. And so like all of us are like positioning and fighting for a chance to get into the fight.
Yeah. So did you have any hangups? Did you fail anything?
No.
Nothing.
No.
Just
I
clean.
First through everything. Funny SEER story. One of the guys that had been medically recycled was.
Could you please describe what SEER School is, what the purpose of it is?
Every special operation and aviation unit sends their guys to this SEER School, and there's different phases and levels of it. But the one that special operations goes to, it's survival, evasion, resistance, and escape. During this, we also included peacetime government detention, which is if you're captured by a non-state or state actor and you're being held, how do you navigate which is different than like if you're a POW being held by a combatant. So during this school, they teach you survival, like how do I forage for food? How do I purify water? How do I set traps? And then on the evasion side, if somebody's chasing you, whether it's in a rural area or an urban area, how do you escape? The resistance portion is during interrogations and torture. How do you stay in the technique is inside of your circle. So they tell you these are the things that you're supposed to know, and these are the things that you're supposed to say, and these are the things that you're supposed to do. And how do you stay inside of that during, really uncomfortable physical treatment, which I think now they call torture, but you're training people. I hate that people throw stones at training. That is hard.
Yeah.
Like, how do you prepare people for war without it being like war? And the last portion is escape. So that's SEER school, and it's a couple of months. The guy that had been recycled, which was one of my friends and teammates that had gone through all these phases too, he was working with the cadre and was learning like all the different escape and evasion routes. So there were lanes that were designated to each of the teams. He told us which lane we were going to be on, and I went and I stole MRE boxes, and I went out and I plotted a 10-digit grid coordinates, and I buried boxes of MREs during my evasion lane. Totally cheating. Like, this is not allowed, and I'm not recommending anybody do this, but this is what we did. Because we knew, like, we see the guys that were coming out of SEER school, they'd lose 30, 40, 50 pounds during SEER school. Their cheeks are sunken in, their eyes are sunken in, and they're about to go to a team. It's one of the very last things that you do, and their bodies are broken. We want to go to war. So not only did I want to graduate, but I wanted to graduate physically capable of going to a team to immediately hop on a plane to go overseas. So the motivation was kind of pure, but the route was very unethical. Mm-hmm. So we borrow these MREs. There's 11 guys that are all 18 X-rays that I'm all friends with, and we have one Air Force crew guy that's on our team. And we finish the survival portion. We get into the evasion, and you're very motivated to not get caught during evasion, because the sooner you get caught, the sooner you go into the concentration camp. So if you survive a week, that is an extra week that you are not in the concentration camp. If you're caught on day one, you spend 6 days and however many hours that you were captured early in the concentration camp, getting beaten, getting waterboarded, getting put in torture positions and, pain isometric positions, getting starved. But if you stay out, how long can you survive during that week with the limited food that you're going to have while you're running? And they're hunting you with thermals and dogs and all the things, and they're trying to, manipulate in this lane that you're training. So we buried MREs. We go to these 10-digit grid coordinates, we dig them up, and I hand out these MREs, and the other guy's like, "Sick, this is so awesome, way to go." Me and my friend Brian are the ones that went out and buried them. And this Air Force guy's like, "Where did you get these?" Like, "I buried them." How'd you know that this was where we're going to be? I'm like, "I was told by, somebody that's working as support right now that this was going to be our lane. So we went and buried our food here." And they're like, "That's cheating." I was like, "Is it?" Like, I don't think it is. And, to his credit, he stuck to what he thought was right, and he wouldn't eat any of them. And we helped, even though we were fed, we helped him forage for food. We're getting deer corn. We were like finding turtles and snakes. That's why they call us snake eaters. The training area, it's like very swampy and marshy, so there's not a lot of great food. We're eating pine nuts. We're making pine needle tea for vitamin C. Like, we're doing everything we can to help this dude, even though there's plenty of calories over there that he wants nothing to do with.
Hold on, let me finish my Snickers bar real quick.
Yep. And but again, to his credit, he does that whole week, and there's food for us all the time. And they bring us a roadkill. It was like a dead raccoon or a dead deer. And most people, after not eating for 5 days, they would just skin this thing, gut this thing, throw it, stew it, and they'd be so pumped to have a little bit of protein. And we're like, that's kind of icky. So the cadre were like,
I'm not touching that.
What's going on here, man? Like, what are you guys doing? Well, during indoc, which is the most dangerous portion, like when you're initially captured, it's where most casualties occur. If you look like Shugart and Gordon during Black Hawk Down, the thing that they were trying to save the crew from was that initial capture, that wave of emotion that happens on a battlefield. That's when people get killed and don't get moved into captivity. So like the longer and more peaceful that transition can be, the higher the chance of survival. So they make that indoc when they're taking you in to be very intense during SEER school. There's lots of beatings happen. There's, people are getting knocked out and teeth and blood and all the things. And when we finally, at the end of that week, we go to make our link up to get evacuated, which we're betrayed, and we get captured by the adversary force. It's at the end of the week. They force you to go to this link up. And we all get black bagged, all 12 of us. And, they're pulling your hood off. They're smacking you like, what's your name? Where are you from? What unit are you? What are you doing here? And they're going down the line. And the moment they pull up that Air Force's, that guy's hood, all of us, we hear him start screaming, they had food buried. They had food buried. They had food this whole entire time. This whole week they've been eating. And the crazy intense indoc phase where like this whole camp is just beats and screams and slaps. You could hear a pin drop. Everything stops. And the guy goes, what'd you say? He says, my team had food buried on their lane. And immediately they separate all 12 of us. They pull us from everybody. And for a week during resistance, their interrogations were trying to find legitimate, real information, which was, where was the food? Who had the food? How did you get the food? And they had one guy telling all of the information that he knew, and they had 11 guys that stayed in their circle.
Damn.
At the end of this, 11 dudes graduated, and one guy failed for an integrity violation. He got recycled. All 11 of us stayed in our circle and didn't break for the whole entire time. And at the very final moment, and I'm not going to give away the final day of SEER school. It's like a big emotional event. ID cards come out from the instructors' necks, and you see like that military DOD CAC card. And they're not sitting there like evil, torturing pricks. They're now Sergeant so-and-so, and you have graduated. And the whole entire cadre comes and gets the 11 of us, and they're like, hey, we need to talk to you guys. The ID cards are hanging around their neck. And we're like, yeah? Okay, seriously, what happened? You need to tell us what occurred during Evasion Week and now during Resistance Week, where you guys, all had the same story the whole entire time. And it was fascinating because it proved the things that they were teaching actually worked in real interrogations. And they had real interrogators coming in to interrogate this class, the 11 of us, to get out real information. And all of us knew that if we messed up, all of us are going to go recycled at best, worst, kicked out of the Q course. And all 11 of us, like, we look at each other and we look back at them. We're like, Donnie the Green Beret is going to be in 5 weeks. When I put on my Green Beret, you can be there. And the moment I get my Green Beret, I will talk to you about what this looked like.
Good call.
And all of them were there, Shawn. Every single one of them.
Are they? No shit.
It proved that like their TTPs, their POIs, their points of instruction, their tactical training points were legitimate and truly worked in interrogation. And this was
turned into a case study.
A perfect case study. Yep.
Nice. Well, don't rat your team out. It's a good lesson.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
That might be the biggest integrity violation of all.
Yeah.
But, wow, no shit.
Yeah.
Well, what did they say when you told them?
They changed rules where any student that was in a support role for the cadre was never, they like siloed information that was relevant to the training so that the students, that the trainees that were going through the course never had access to the cadre information. So they'd hang outside of the cadre rooms. So they changed a bunch of rules to limit and silo information, but they were thrilled that this stuff worked.
That's amazing. That's amazing. So you get done with Sierra School. Where are you going next?
So I went to Charlie Company for 3rd Battalion, 7th Special Forces Group. It was at the time it was the CIF, the Commanders in Extremis Force, and every special.
How did you wind up? Can you explain what the CIF is?
Yeah.
First, because not a lot of people know about that.
No, the CIF. Every Special Forces group takes an area, a region of the globe. So 7th group handles South America. 3rd and 5th group balance between Africa and the Middle East. 1st and 10th group between Europe and the Asian Pacific. So regionally, we always have 4 deployed companies that are in that region. So you have a Special Forces company that's in South America. You have a Special Forces company that's in Africa. You have a Special Forces company that's in the Philippines or in Japan or in Europe. And so that is a crazy concentration of talent and firepower. Mm-hmm. That's 4 deployed all of the time. They were tasked with hostage rescue and counterterrorism. So you would go to special schools and a special selection to be selected to go to the CRIF. At the time, the commander in Extremis Force, so you had the combatant commander, which was the 4-star guy that was in charge of that region of the planet. He had his own special operations company that was his. So that was if the cartels ran into Bogota, Colombia, and took over the embassy, you had a company of Special Forces guys that were standing by. This is why Benghazi was so infuriating to so many Green Berets, is because when that was happening, there was a company of Special Forces guys that were sitting on a plane. Like, just imagine, there was 12 GRS dudes that were saving 2 different compounds, the Department of State compound and the agency compound. What would have happened if you dropped 60 Green Berets into this fight? The whole thing's over.
Yep.
You take one ODA, the whole thing's over. But it's like there's a lot of survivor guilt in that. But that was the CIF. They were a hostage rescue for
Where
deployed.
were those guys sitting?
They were a 2-hour flight.
I think Glover was one of those guys.
That's right.
Yeah,
you take Mike Glover and a company of Mike Glovers and drop them into that firefight, dude.
Completely different outcome.
Yeah. Infuriating.
Yeah.
Phone gets, ultimately somebody picks up a phone and says, no, those guys can't go.
Yep.
Hope that person burns in hell.
I'm sure they will.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, so that's the CIF.
Hold on. Let's backtrack. Because the CIF is basically, it's a hostage rescue team.
Yep.
Very advanced tactics. Just to get in the door over there. How did you get in the door of the CIF as a new guy?
Yeah, I should have been there.
An SF baby new guy, nonetheless.
John McPhee, former Delta Force operator, amazing war fighter, storied career at the unit. He was my boss. He was my first team sergeant, and he had been kind of paying attention to some guys going through the Q course because he knew we're about to go to war. Mm-hmm. And this was also the CIF's first deployment to combat. They had missed all the other rotations because the combatant commander hadn't released them to go into non-theater conflict. So he had kept them kind of unfairly, saying like, no, I need my CIF. You guys are under my control. Like you have this competition about who could control which units were going to be in what battle space. And he didn't want to release his elite fighting force to go, from South America and go fight. So they missed the first few rotations.
Gotcha.
And they were just they were ravenous to get into the fight. And you can train tactics into young men preparing for war. But putting the will to fight and that dog in somebody, some people have that. And it's really hard to artificially train that into somebody. I think the Marines do a really great job of planting that dog in somebody. The Special Forces Regiment, it's a group of intellectuals. Like, yes, they're war fighters, but they also are kind of ambassadors, and they work a lot with different governments and the embassy, and it's a joint interagency, multi-departments. It's kind of a complex world that Special Forces works in. And John knew that we're going to go to war, and he wanted a guy that had the dog on him. I can think of hundreds of teammates that have it. And they were the guys that you wanted to be the first guy through the door. The Brian Hall, the Jeremy Haskell, the Ben Rios, like those guys kicking a door, anything on the other side of that door is going to be met with speed, surprise, and violence of action, hell, and fury. And that's a hard thing to put into somebody. So John knew my fighting background, knew my hunting background, knew my shooting background, and then had followed me through the Q course. And I was also moonlighting as a bouncer in bars in Fayetteville, North Carolina, where I was going to school. And I was also fighting, moonlighting fighting. Like, while I was going through the Q course, I was still training and fighting as a professional fighter.
No shit.
Yeah.
Why were you doing that? I'm sorry, we're going to go down this rabbit hole.
Yeah,
Why would you put yourself...
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
The dog.
Why would you put yourself into a situation that could potentially take you out of your ultimate goal, which is fighting for the country? Because it would have been relatively easy for that to happen.
The young men think that they are invincible. And the balance of me wanting to keep my sword sharp and keep that ability to fight, fighting, gunfighting, knife fighting, brick fighting, fist fighting, it's all fighting. You take some person that's good at fighting and you give him a battle axe or you give him a club, that dude is still really dangerous. Well, it's because he's a fighter first. So the heart of that warrior is a very powerful thing, and regardless of what tool he has. I am, in this room, no more or less dangerous because I have a gun or I don't have a gun. I kill him without anything. And I wanted one that
Please
illusion.
Don't kill my camera guy.
I won't. No, I like him. That illusion that you are invincible as a young man, but you feel invincible. I remember feeling invincible. You can't hurt me. You can't kill me. You can't stop me from graduating. You can't stop me from making it to war. You can't stop me from going to this unit. And you definitely can't stop me in a fight. To me, fighting was just playing. As I was making money on the side and I was keeping my sword sharp and I was keeping, the ability to do violence at an acute point. So I wanted to keep doing it, and I did it all the way through my whole entire career.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I figured that's what you were going to say,
Yeah.
Would you do that again if you had the wisdom you had now?
No.
So John McPhee.
Yeah.
He hand-selected you to come into the SIF.
Yep. And Sergeant Major Oquendo, who is the company sergeant major, when he brought me in, he pushed back real hard. And he was right. But man, John was a force. He's one of those guys in garrison. He is not a fun human to work for. He is not a fun guy to be a subordinate to. He's definitely not one that you want as your personal mentor about how to be a good human. But you put John McPhee in a case in glass that says break in case of war or violence, and you break that, he is one of the greatest war fighters to like walk during GWAT. And we were a hammer in that first deployment.
I'll bet. I don't want to get into that yet, but what year is this?
2005.
Oh shit. So this is like the height.
This is peak.
This is the height. So John,
this is Americans hanging from bridges, burnt alive.
Yep.
This is peak war.
Yeah, this is the height. So you get into the SIF. How are you received?
Not well. You have to go to the school. This multi-month hostage rescue school that is a high attritter. And so I go to this school, graduate, come back to the team. I thought I'd be accepted. And we're weeks. PDSS, the pre-deployment site survey team, has already launched. They've already set up where we're going to be landing at, where we're going to be working out of. They're starting to set up target packages. We're getting our TS briefs about what it's going to look like when we get into the operational environment. This is before we even wheels up, and then I knew nothing, Shawn. I had no idea how to order ammo. I had no idea how to do a forecast. I had no idea how to pack a pallet. I had all the things that while the Q course taught you the skills to be a Green Beret, they didn't teach you how to be a good teammate of doing the things of your job. How to do an inventory of our night vision, I knew how to zero a gun because I'm an 18 Bravo, but as I'm packing out the guns for this deployment, how many guns am I supposed to take? All of our guns? Every single dude has 10 different guns. Am I taking 120 guns? I had no idea what to do. And I had no idea how to ask. I was too conceited or egotistical to ask in the right way, which is hey, can you teach me? I don't know how to do this, or find a peer in the company that could explain how to do it. Because my senior, God bless his heart, Ben, was he had to do everything because he had an idiot for a junior, me, that had no idea how to do anything. So, and he didn't have the time as he's prepping to go to war to teach me how to do things because he had to do them. He had to palletize everything because I didn't know how to do it. He had to do, and he didn't have the time in peak war, pre-deployment, to teach the subordinate. So it just, made it hard.
Were you the only new guy?
Yeah.
That wound up on the stuff?
Yeah. There's one other guy, Dave, that was same age and but a little bit, maybe 6 months more experience than me. He and I were the kind of the only two guys there. And the last two, they never did it again.
Yeah, that's a steep learning curve. Well, wow.
Yeah.
When did you figure out, what the significance of being on a SIF team was?
I was pulling outside security in Iraq when a squadron Delta Force leadership, D. Tommaso, comes and takes a knee next to me. He goes, "What are you doing?" And I'm wearing DCUs, cool, fancy desert camo that we had altered, so we took our pockets and moved them up to our sleeves. We put spandex shirts underneath our body armor, complete unauthorized, but functional. And I look over this dude, he's wearing multicam, and none of us had multicam. And I was like, "Who the fuck are you?" He's like, "I'm D. Tommaso." And I was like, "I don't know who the fuck that is." He's like, "You didn't answer my question." I'm like, "I'm pulling security." He's like, "Where's your intersecting sector of fire?" I turn on my laser, and 2 seconds later, the guy on the right corner of the building turns on his lasers, and our lasers goes like that. And he's like, "All right, great. Have a great night." And he just gets up and walks away. And I was like, "Who the fuck was this guy?" And we're at a bomb maker's house for one of Zarqawi's lead henchmen, like the VB IEDs that were kind of plaguing Baghdad at the time. Like this was one of those houses. And this dude just like shows up on target and like walks up and starts talking to me. And it wasn't until afterwards when I'm like, who is this dude? And they tell me who this is. And I start understanding who the units are that are part of this task force. And then it like clicks. I was like, holy shit, this is the A-team. Mm-hmm. Like this is like the most elite fighting force on the planet, all 100% focused on one kill capture thing of one person, the sharpest tool in the entire arsenal of the American military was being wielded towards one person. And it was that night that I was like, holy crap, like this is frightening.
Damn, man.
That's when it started to make sense.
Very cool. Wow.
I still couldn't grasp it because I'm dumb, but that was the first time where I was like, whoa.
Yeah. Yeah. Lucky to be here.
Yeah. Didn't deserve to be there.
How long were you at the SIF before you got kicked out the door on deployment?
3 months.
That's it?
That's it.
3 months?
Yep. I missed 1 month of our pre-mission train up because I was still in Sephardic. So I missed a portion of, before a special operation unit goes, they look at their medal task, their mission essential task list. These are all the skills that they're supposed to be able to have to go and do this mission. So they go and they rehearse and execute, and they're graded on all of their core tasks before they go overseas. And that's called your PMT, your pre-mission train up. And I missed a month of that because I was in school. So then I get there, I finish the last 2 months. We have 2 weeks off before we ultimately have to show back up. They give us like a 8 days permissive leave where we got to hang out with our families before we went overseas.
Are you married at this time?
Uh-uh.
Were you together?
Yeah.
How's she taking all this?
She's such an amazing woman. And everybody that comes to her now, where it's like, how are you dealing with Tim in Afghanistan right now, or in Israel or Ukraine? And she knew what she signed up for. You know, she was at Fort Bragg, North Carolina in 2004, 5, and 6. And she saw her friends coming back without limbs. She saw her friends coming back without eyes. She had friends that deployed and never came back. You know, she was there on the green ramp receiving her friends. She's such a good human. When I say friends, like these weren't boyfriends. They were just her friends that she was there to support. She was so young. So she knew what, she actually probably knew better than I did what the cost of war was. She got there before I did.
Yeah. Yeah. So you guys, okay, so how did you guys meet?
Super creepy. She was working a government contract, and she was keeping inventory of these secret devices. And every single one of them has a serial number, and she was working for a government contracting company that kept the inventory of all those things and then reported it back to the Army. And she shows up, and I saw her, and I was like, that's a Russian spy. There's no way that supermodel of a human exists in this world, which is like, you know, butt sweat and ECT charges and pet and no-nail lines, and, you know, like there's guns everywhere in Greece, and we're covered in carbon from shooting all day. And there's just no possible way. So I figure out who she is. I kind of like make friends with some of her friends. I go up and try to talk to her. As I'm standing in front of her like this, she just like starts turning without acknowledging that I'm talking to her. So like I kept like adjusting to try to stay in front of her as she kept turning. I was like, do you not see me right here? I'm like, what's wrong with you? And then she just turns and walks away, doesn't say anything to me. And I see her stab a dude that grabs her leg with her stiletto. She balances on one foot, and she's walking up this ramp. And she stabs this guy that's trying to get her attention. And I was in love. I was like, that's the woman for me. So I have to manipulate a date out of her. I tell all of her friends that we're going to be like meeting up at this time, and I tell her a different time. She shows up early, although a little bit late. It's fine, but I had enough of a window that nobody else had arrived yet. And as soon as she got there, this is like the flip phone razor time. So I preset text messages with all recipients. So I hit send, and it goes out to all of them that dinner's canceled, and I take her out to dinner, and I go out to dinner with her every single day. I go on a date with her every single night, all the way up until I leave. And that was my first trip with her. And then when I was gone, I had some ASOC guys, some advanced special operations spy guys that literally followed her around Fort Bragg to make sure that she was a good girl. And she was.
She was.
Yeah.
And you guys have been married for 17 years now?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Wild.
What, in your opinion, is the secret to a successful marriage?
You have to fight. Complacency kills. We know that in combat. And complacency kills a marriage. Where you take things for granted about the person that you're with, this person that you chose to spend the rest of your life with, but now you let yourself go. You get a little bit the dad bod. You stop buying flowers. You stop lighting candles. You stop buying lingerie. You stop fighting for that person that you fought for, that you dated, that you courted, that you tried to sweep off their feet. And now 10 years down the road, you're fat, and you're not sleeping, you're drinking a little bit, you care more about a football game than you do her. Shame on you. You don't deserve her. So you set down the sword, and when you set down that sword's hard to pick up sometimes. You don't have the calluses anymore, you don't have the strength anymore, you don't have the condition anymore. And it's the same way with a marriage, where it's like constant vigilance and intentionality into your marriage. And the heart of a man is a hard thing. We can fall in love easy. We can we have these aspirations and these dreams. I have to choose between going overseas and doing something that I know I was put on this planet to do, or to be present. And I know I can't be present and look at that person, look at her or my kids in the face and the eyes without the things that I know that God put me on this planet to do. And trying to reconcile those two things, the only way that can happen is with intentionality and discipline.
Well, I think that's great advice, man. Thank you.
I don't know. I'm still figuring it out, though.
Hey, well, you're doing a hell of a good job. There's not too many people running around out there that could say they've been married for 17 years and through all the combat deployments and the time apart.
Yeah, it's all her.
Yeah. But last question, then we'll take a break. So you're at the SIF, and you find out you're going to Iraq. Did that hone in your mindset at all? I mean, that you're getting exactly what you asked for. You're going to war.
It did, but I didn't appreciate it.
Okay.
And I didn't understand what that meant. I still had John Wayne movies in my head. I still had Mel Gibson and Bruce Willis. This is what I thought war was going to look like. It's like this barrel-chested freedom fighter as I'm covered in the enemy's blood, as I'm standing there with an American flag behind me. This is, I don't know, the mind of a young man that knew nothing. What I thought war was going to be like, and what war was like was very different. Those were the delta between those two things are indescribable.
Yeah, yeah. All right, well, on that note, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll pick up in Baghdad.
All right.
When I first started this whole podcasting thing, an online store was about as far from my mind as you can get. And now, most of you already know this, but I'm selling Vigilance Elite gummy bears online. We actually have an entire merch collection that's coming soon. And let me tell you, it is so easy because I'm using a platform that is extremely user-friendly and that's Shopify. Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business. What I really like about Shopify is it prompts you all the things that you want to do with your web store, like connect your social media accounts, write blog posts, just have a blog in general. Shopify actually prompts you to do this. You want people to leave reviews under your items? You can do that on Shopify. It's very simple. Shopify helps you turn browsers into buyers with the internet's best converting checkout, 36% better on average compared to the other leading commerce platforms. Shopify is a global force for millions of entrepreneurs in over 175 countries and power 10% of all e-commerce platforms here in the United States. You can sign up right now for $1 a month. It's shopify.com/Shawn. That's all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/Shawn now to grow your business no matter what stage you're in. That's shopify.com/Shawn. This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. A lot of us wish we had more time. But time for what? If time was unlimited, how would you use it? The best way to squeeze that special thing into your schedule is to know what's important to you and make it a priority. Therapy can help you find what matters to you so you can do more of it. It's helpful for learning positive coping skills and how to set boundaries. It empowers you to be the best version of yourself, and it isn't just for those who've experienced major trauma. Therapy can help everyone be the best they can be. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Learn to make time for what makes you happy with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/Shawn today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/Shawn. All right, Tim, we're back from the break. We're getting ready to go into your first deployment with the SIF team under Shrek McPhee in Baghdad.
That's right. Yep. We first went to Al-Assad, and we're there with the SEALs, and we're logistically constrained with the amount of air that we had. Mm-hmm. Number of targets in this time period were plentiful, and everybody fighting, doing a vehicle assault was very difficult from that spot. So we relocated a few weeks later from Al-Assad into Baghdad. And we're in the green zone, kind of on the row of the Joint Special Operation Command houses. And once we tied in with them, it went from 2-3 targets a week to like 10 targets a night.
So what year is this?
This is 2005, 2006.
Oh, I was there then. So we're there at the same time. So
everybody's there.
Yeah. So what I want to get at is Baghdad at that time was like the Wild West.
100%.
You're hearing car bombs all the time. You're hearing gunshots all throughout the day. It becomes very real. The smell, everything. Yeah. It's there. And
you'd hear at night when it's quiet, you could hear 5 or 6 different units in gunfights. Mm-hmm. And like, is that us? No, that's not us. Who is that? Are they good? And like, we're sharing QRFs, and QRFs is running to you guys to provide support. And then another QRF is coming to us. It's madness. The whole entire city, Zarqawi is peak power right now. All of his lieutenants are in hammer mode. Al-Qaeda is for the sole purpose of destroying and killing as many Americans that are on their soil as they can, and to destabilize the new Iraqi government that we were trying to put into place. So like this, it was a very volatile peak war. This is war.
Yeah. Yeah. Did it start to set in at all? Hearing that, seeing it?
It was, we never got this deployment in comparison to my next deployment to Afghanistan could not have been more dissimilar. I'm part of an elite unit that's part of an elite joint special operations task force that is part of an elite coordinated strategic mission. That is a very different thing than you being in Afghanistan as a special forces sniper advisor to NATO allies. Like, could not be further apart. We were the hammer every night. You know, if somebody from this task force is showing up at a door, if you shot from that house, everybody dies. You know, if you're on target, you're going to get bit. You're going to get this battlefield interrogation that's pretty intense. The tactical questioning as we're finding follow-on targets, as we're continuing to build out this target set. Americans are hanging from bridges after they've been burnt alive and dragged through the street. That's this era of war. This is, you know, Blackwater dudes being tortured, football players being kidnapped and tortured, you know, having anybody that was working for the American government, Zarqawi's having his henchmen, you know, like they'd drill their hands to the wall, they'd cut off their eyelids, and then they'd rape their family in front of them before they killed them. And you'd walk in, you'd find this raped and murdered family with this dude's hands drilled to the wall. Like, this is fucking peak war.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
You walked in on that.
We found every kind of imaginable horror that terrorists do to civilians. We found.
Let's rewind. I want to go right into that. First time you saw that, what is the op? Just everything from the insertion to walking in that room.
Yeah. It's funny, full circle. I was in Israel just this recent October, and we're in some of the kibbutzes adjacent to Gaza and seeing the same things that I saw back 18, 17 years earlier in Iraq. The inhumane, barbaric things that these radical extremists do are just inhuman. And I think that's the point, is they want to show that anybody that does anything to support not Sharia law, not these radical ideas, isn't human, right? They're infidels, so they can do anything they want to them. This is, God, what month is this? This is early 2006. We are going to what we thought was a VBIED target. And I think Al Oliveira was like the point guy. And we do a call out initially. So you set up like an L-shaped ambush on the outside of the house. And this was early tactics for 2005, 2006. Not a lot of, only special operations units were still, combat arms were still doing hard knocks. And there's no immediate dynamic entries. We're doing as deliberate as we possibly can after some houses get blown up and there's booby traps and bombs. So we're trying to do call outs, and we're doing a call out of a target. And when we finally go to assault and clear the building, as we come in through the front door and you find a couple of kids that had been raped and murdered, your brain doesn't process it. You know, you can't, not that you're planning what you're going to see, but the last thing you plan on seeing is, you know, dead kids in a corner. And I have a really good memory, and I journaled the whole entire time that I was deployed and all my deployments. And I'll go back and I'll read some of these journals, and there's things I literally don't remember, but it's written down. You know, like I came back and I sat there with a pencil in one of my green notebooks, and I wrote for hours everything that I experienced. My GRG is in there, like the target package is in there, everything's in there. And I'm like, no way this happened. I don't remember this. And I'll go and I'll ask teammates that were there at that same time, and they're like, dude, I barely remember that. The way the brain works, like the fog of war, and then
compartmentalization.
Yep. The trauma. Like I deny myself that like I saw some of the things that I saw, you know, but we saw them, and it's sitting there in my journal.
Do you remember it now?
Yeah.
Do you remember seeing them now?
Some of them. Some of them no, some of them yeah, but a lot of them no.
You
like
remember the first time?
No. And then confusing Afghanistan to Ukraine to, Israel. The rooms look the same. The trauma looks the same. The date is different.
Yeah.
But the journal is accurate.
Yeah, it is. I'm sure it is. Why did you start journaling?
We had one of the very first kill capture missions. We do a dynamic entry of a house. And as we're approaching the front door is opened, and a man is standing, a military-aged man is standing there. There is an AK on the other side so there's a T intersection of a hallway that is from the main entry of the room. I'm stacked on the right-hand side behind Al, and he and I are on the right-hand side. The other side of the stack is on the left, and we're kind of like have cross coverage inside of this door. So like once the number one man goes, you kind of just follow, taking opposing directions. And from the right-hand side of the door, we could see the gun and we could see the guy. From the left-hand side of the door, you could only see the guy, but you couldn't see the gun. So Al and the translator, they're yelling to this guy to get on the ground, get on the ground, get on the ground. And the guy goes to grab the gun, and the right stack shoots him. And military-age man on target as he's trying to grab a weapon, and he literally falls on top of the gun. He has a stack of green tip rounds. He was wearing one of those bead prayer necklaces. Mm-hmm. It was really weird because it looked like a rosary, but it's not, because they're Muslim prayer beads. And I remember looking at those beads and being like, is this dude Catholic? Like, what is this guy doing here? Obviously, but these are the things that go through your mind in real time, in a million thoughts per millisecond. And, the guy falls over on top of this weapon, and we flow through the house. Whether it's going to be a flashbang or it's going to be a dynamic breach, an explosive breach of the door, the moment that goes off, just like a bullet, those bullets going, the overpressure from the barrels and those bullets impacting, create in the OODA loop, it resets everybody on the inside. So you always follow your rounds in. So pow, 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 we shoot and we flow into the target. After we secure the building and we're trying to find where the follow-on target is, like move off to the next one. And I don't know who made the calls. So a 15-6 investigation is where the Army goes into fact-finding about information of possible criminal activity for UCMJ action. And I've had a few 15-6s of these military investigations. And this was the first one where it should have been military-age man on target, corroborated statements from teammates that he was trying to grab a gun, was shot on target, died on top of a gun, case closed. No investigation, totally fine. And this is peak war. When you say wild, wild west, like you're shooting dudes squirting off targets when they're trying to move. Like if you do a deliberate assault on a house, so like a call out, and you see guys start squirting out the back of the houses, we are set up to engage those guys that are leaving the target. But then we have a guy on a target that dies on a gun, and this initiated an investigation. And it was at this moment where I was like, we're hunting the highest level dude in all of Iraq, and the scrutiny of this task force post Blackwater, as now the press is looking for excuses and opportunities to hang, figuratively and literally and metaphorically, special operations and contractors, that in response to that scrutiny, we were, I don't know, like putting ourselves unnecessarily at risk. Mm-hmm. So I started journaling from that night forward. Every single target. This is why I was able to write that book with such clarity with Nick, was because I had 15 years of journals from me in a variety of conflict zones. So starting that night after that investigation, Al was actually pulled off of the assault team because of that shooting.
Who initiated the investigation? Do you know?
No. And this is, I do, but
Was it a U.S. service member?
Yep. I'm never going to disparage. There's a guy that was at war. I am an E5 at the time that just wants to get in gunfights. I was not in his shoes. I was not in his position. I was not in his position of authority or responsibility. That's his name on documents. Those are his men that work for him. So like if I were in his position, I'm going to say I'm of course going to do something totally different, but where I'm at now, I'm never going to throw a stone at. I didn't know what he knew at the time. Do I think it was wrong? Of course. Dude, I would do anything to have Al to be the number one guy in every single room that I ever went into, because he was fast, he was dynamic, and he was violent.
This happened a lot, and it just got worse and worse and worse. And I really don't want to steer the interview this way, but I think it's important that people hear this type of stuff, and how early in the deployment? That's your first deployment.
Yep.
Welcome
to
war.
That was my first weapon from select to fire and press the trigger.
Really?
First time. Right there. And initiated a 15-6 investigation.
So you pulled the trigger?
That whole right side of the stack did. And everybody stepped over. There's 3 people that shot that dude, and there was a stack of rounds like this right here. It's crazy. Right at the intersection of that necklace. Maybe 15 bullets all touching each other.
How did that investigation affect your mental state?
Negatively. It made me second guess everything that I was doing. It made me, in that observe, orient, decide, act, what should be the gunfighter loop of how fast I can recognize that there's a problem, direct my attention towards that problem, decide what the appropriate action is to take on that, and then act on that. That's milliseconds, and that's live or die. And then confusing all of that is, well, what should be the action might cause me to be investigated for a not righteous shooting that's going to get me kicked out of country, or even worse, be arrested and sent to jail. Or kicked off the team. That was the worst fear for me, was to do something that would get me kicked off the team. And you should not have fear of fighting when you're in the middle of war. And there was all of just like the same moment that we started losing momentum in the Vietnam War, when cameras started coming in there, and you're supposed to be fighting and winning. Our job is to go and kill the enemy. We're supposed to be the most lethal fighting force on the planet, and I should not have to think about what some politician is going to be leveraging and positioning in some argument on the floor to try to demonize what the men and women that are wearing the flag on their shoulder forward are doing in combat. You sent us there, so let us do our job. And right now we've been seeing it for the past 10 years, where every single opportunity is just a talking point for some politician. Well, you go all the way back to 2005 and 2006. It was very similar. You had journalists looking for opportunities. You had politicians looking for opportunities. It was infuriating.
Yeah. So that was the first time you pressed the trigger.
Yeah.
What did that feel like for you?
Minimal recoil. The green tip, it's a high energy, fast bullet that is very light in grains, and stepping over a body that is shot. Afterwards, John, again, we get back to the hooch, and it slaps on backs and popping a bottle of whiskey. Mm-hmm. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know what to feel. He'd already been in 1,000 gunfights. I have no idea how many, deployments he'd been in, but it was normalized in this is the way, that you are a warrior, you are on a warrior team, and you just had your first. Welcome. And for a young man searching for purpose and for searching for a place, not knowing if he deserved or belonged to be deserved and belonged on that ODA. There was maybe for the first time a feeling of I deserve to be here. I wanted to be there, but I didn't know if I deserved to be there.
Did you feel a tremendous sense of accomplishment?
Yes. I did the thing that I was trained to do. That night, in my journal, I wrote, because there were 2 young boys in that house, and
Alive or dead?
Alive. And I posed this question to myself that I couldn't answer at the time, because I just remember the wife screaming and the boys screaming for their dead dad. And did I just create a new revolution in this wheel? Was I a spoke that just continued to, I just killed one bad guy, but just made 2 more? Like, these are going to be forever men, future men that hate everything about me and us. And yes, I took out 1, but it created 2 more. Have I just perpetuated this endless saga that is good versus evil? And I just created 2 more versions of evil. I cut off the snake, the head of the snake, and 2 more sprouted up in its place because of my actions.
Well, there's another way to look at that too. I mean, look at the example they had to follow.
For sure.
Yeah. So that's interesting that you were already thinking that.
Yeah.
Did it bother you at all?
A little bit. Man, it would be so nice if war was against 30-year-old men with beards that are doing evil. If you took the kids off the battlefield, if you took the women off the battlefield, if you took the confusing smells of the kitchen mixed with the smell of all the dust that's kicked up from the overpressure of a door charge, where you're like, I remember the smell of that dust, that fine moon-like dust that gets kicked up from our charges or from our flashbangs. And you walk through the kitchen, you're smelling curries and spices and herbs that are hanging on the wall. But then you also smell the lead smell of the blood that's pooling on the floor. All of that is not what the brain's built to do. Mm-hmm. All the while there's a 28-year-old girl with 2 sons. All 3 of them are screaming for their dead dad. And this is as good as it's going to get. It just gets worse after that.
Yeah.
That's on the best case scenario. Bad dude with a gun on target, with legitimate intel.
You took out a top terrorist on your first deployment.
Well,
you guys.
Yeah.
Took it.
That would have been really cool.
Yeah, let me correct myself there. But let's get into that. I mean, that's a huge piece of American history that not a lot of people have insight into. So can you walk us through the Zarqawi operation?
Yeah. So there were
actually, let's start here. Who was Zarqawi?
Yeah, one of the embodiment of evil, the personification of inhumane radical Islam. Zarqawi was the leader of Al-Qaeda in Iraq. You had bin Laden, if you think kind of 2 separate but connected elements. You had bin Laden that was still on the run, but unknown since Tora Bora, right? He's kind of disappeared, but he is the figurehead of this larger radical terrorist wing. But the man that is the ground force commander that is in charge of everything that's happening in Iraq is Zarqawi. Zarqawi and his lieutenants, he was infamous for posing with dead American soldiers, battlefield recovery of their weapons. And if you saw him, he's sitting there with a 249 or a 240 or an M4 that he took off dead soldiers, dragging them through the streets. Heaven forbid somebody gets captured. He was infamous and notorious for torturing. So he would torture any American informant. So anybody that was giving information to the Americans, he would torture them. Chris Kyle, American Sniper, his book is following some of the enforcers from the Zarqawi network. And there were a few different special operations task forces that were tasked with eliminating support and strategic ground that he controlled, while all the while we're on this kill capture mission to find him specifically. And that the climax, the crescendo of that led to a single night where we had taken down targets leading up to it week after week after week.
When did you find out you were going after him?
This would be March so a month before we finally found him and killed him.
Damn. I mean, that's gotta be motivating as hell.
Yeah.
To be out there after that guy.
Let's revisit that. I am an E6 now, and brand new to the team. So the task force 100% knew who they're going after, and my team's leadership knew who they're going after. But the junior 18 Bravo that gets a GRG and is told where I'm going to go and where I'm going to attack and where my position is going to be and where I am in the stack and where my load plan is on the helicopter or where my position is on the vehicle that night. My level of understanding of what was happening in the battle space was, prepubescent at best.
Gotcha.
So everybody maybe besides me knew what was happening. Because it's difficult when you're stupid, and that's where I was.
Right on, man. At least you're honest.
Yeah.
But let's walk through everything.
Dude, so much. This is
good. Nobody's done this yet.
Yeah. We didn't lose. We didn't lose anything. That task force had the unit, Ranger Regiment, the CRIF, the SIF, had our QRF were Abrams and Bradleys loaded with infantrymen. If we start getting scuffed up, Abram tanks and Bradley tanks came and just leveled blocks. This is, when I say we didn't lose, we're hitting a target that has maybe, a bomb maker, an assistant, and a couple of security guys. So 4 guys on target. We're hitting them with a company. You're hitting them with 6, like an entire troop of an assault force. And how victors and winners approach a gunfight is every single thing is in your favor. You're in the dominant position. You have the dominant technology. You have the dominant men. You have every dominant speed, surprise, and violence of action that you can execute on target is being done in real time. That's what this entire deployment was. The Purple Hearts that were given out to the guys in the task force were from, shrapnel. Like, nobody got shot. Nobody got killed. This was murder time. This is, we're going to find this guy and we're going to kill him. So the target board or the murder board, right? You have the guy at the top, and then you have strings connecting to every single one of his lieutenants, and then from his lieutenants, every single one of their enablers, and then from their enablers, every single one of their advisors, and you create this big, huge target list, and then you attach physical locations to where these people could be or will be in real time. And you've seen hundreds of these boards. You have the people, and then you have the targets. Those targets aren't always exactly like, even though this is, number 3 guy's house, he's only going to be at this house at this specific time. So you have to figure out the pattern of life and where that person is going to be for you to not just take down that target, but also take out that person. Because what we're trying to do is limit the options available for where Zarqawi can squirt to. And the targeters, the the Army and Joint Military Intel team. They're amazing. They're just so good. They are the best that have ever been in the existence of this species. Watching what JSOC can do is, and I'm watching. Like by no stretch of the imagination do I deserve to be there. I am at best a gun that is barely competent in how to use it. I'm just doing what I'm told. And getting to see the effectiveness of all of America's might, power, technology, and military prowess directed at an acute single thing is just the most impressive display, maybe in history. Like, I got it, we went to the moon. We found one dude that owned an entire country, and we took out every single bit of ground and person that man knew until we ultimately dropped 2 bombs on top of him, and he dies looking up at an American operator. That's freaking epic.
It is.
So we hit target weeks leading up to this final night. And this is my understanding of it, is that we had hit enough targets and taken enough literal ground, enough of his safe houses where there were few enough for him to run to in one night. In some nights we'd have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 follow-on targets as we're doing a battlefield interrogation, and during tactical questioning, the guy says, yeah, this is the other place that we go to. And limiting, as you look at like the physical places on the board, there's lines through them. Now there's like 10 or 15 left. We can do 10 or 15 in a night. And they get prioritized. And of course, the highest priority targets, the ones that have the highest likelihood of finding, numero uno dude, get, 1 through 4. The unit takes this one. These guys take this one down to us. And then he goes back through the list. And that night, we just hit him. House after house after house after house. And
for those listening right now that are wondering what the unit is, that is Delta.
Yeah. And they're the leaders of the task force. They are the best, most capable fighting force on the planet. And they're hitting all the houses, the first time in 7th Group history, and to my knowledge, the first time in Special Forces history was during this deployment, where the CRIF and Delta Force were on target for the first time for gunfighting. It's kind of cool. We were there that night. I was outside security. Just so we're clear. That was not in the house. Really wanted to be, but I will be wherever John told me to be at this moment of my career. And when it was wild leading up to these final nights, where 160th SOAR, the Army Special Operations Aviation Group, they're flying guys to targets. We have Panders, like armored personnel carriers that are really, really fast, zipping all over the town. The Iraqi counterterrorism force is co-located with another element of the SIF, and they're going and hitting all of these different targets, and they're the ones that are like really driving a ton of the information. You hit a target. Sometimes the guys from that target try to squirt, and that's the end of it. Sometimes they call for QRF because they don't realize who they're in a gunfight with, and the QRF that shows up is the Iraqi police that are supplied and trained by American military, and they're pulling out guns that were given to them by the United States government. And you're picking up a Glock off target and being like, "We gave you this. You're dead, but I want to lecture you that you do not deserve to have this." And like trying to figure out who the enemy was at this time is because we're training some of the Iraqi military, we're training some of the Iraqi police, but then some of them are being controlled by Zarqawi. He has some pretty long levers, and he's able to manipulate via force and fear and power for them to do what he wants. And we get some nights we're in a gunfight, and 160th got shot up so bad, they couldn't even come and pick us up. So our exfil, we're like at our exfil spot after a full night of gunfighting, and we don't have a ride out to get back to Baghdad, into the city proper, into the international, into the green zone. And we're like, well, where's the closest friendly force? And we find this little tiny Marine fob, and we try to get him up on comms. Talk about one of the scariest moments of my life is walking up to a Marine base as a bunch of dudes blacked out in body armor and guns, with dudes in drag bags and a couple of dudes that are zip tied, as we're walking up and like, don't shoot us, like front link up of friendly forces in a battle space, and like lasers start popping at us, and we're doing the whirly bird up in the sky with our lasers, be like, no, don't murder us, please. We walk into this fire base. These guys have nothing. They have, they're using M16s with ACOGs. They're getting mortared every single day. They're eating T-rats. Their gym are buckets filled with sand and milk jugs filled with cement. That's what they're doing for like shoulder press and bench press. And they're training every single day. They're going outside the wire every single day. And I'm coming from a base where I have all the protein powder. We have like stacks of energy drinks. Like we have this big, huge, nice gym with like a jujitsu mat. We have our own shooting range. I get to go and I walk into this. And remember, I've never spent a day in the military. I've only been in special operations, and my whole entire time on a team, I've only been at the SIF. So I walk into this, I'm like, what? Like, you guys live here? And they're on a 12-month deployment.
Yeah.
And they're getting hit every single day. It's wild.
It is. And
that led up to, 2 weeks later, us being able to, in one night, hit every target, driving Zarqawi to his final last safe house, where they drop 2 guided bombs, 2 munitions on top of him.
Did you guys know he was on the run while you were hitting these targets?
Yeah. Well, during the interrogation of people on target, you're starting to get this picture of the spider web, and things were being corroborated from multiple targets where people were saying the same things. Like, yeah, this guy's going here, this guy's going there. Everybody's like, this address, this house, this location, are all like driving back to these limited, like on the location kill board, there's only a few left, and we've now seen that they're all going back to those same places. And it wasn't, I wasn't on target when he died, but when we get back, we're unloading, we're pulling belts, we're, open bolt machine guns from 240s and 249s, start stripping gear, start repackaging speed bags, starting to change batteries, and everything goes black. Like all comms get shut down, all jammers get turned on, so sat phones aren't working, like nothing's working. And all cell phones, all internet, all landlines, everything gets cut for the whole entire compound. And that's when I was like, did this just happen? Only that only happens for a couple of reasons. One, somebody messed up really bad, and they have to shut down all comms out. 2 is something really good happened, and you have to shut down all comms out. I was really hoping it was the latter, and it ultimately ended up being the latter.
When did you get the news?
When almost the same time that I heard that George Bush is going to fly in to shake everybody's hand.
No shit.
Dude. Yeah.
Nice.
I don't think, I know it's been leaked, and there's photos that have been leaked, but, that was Regiment, Delta Force, and 7th Group SIF all standing there shaking hands and George Bush walked down, and like, he didn't do that for publicity. Nobody knew. He just hopped on a plane and flew over there to shake the hands of the men that killed the guy that had been doing so many unspeakable acts to so many innocent people.
Did it register at that point?
No.
Still didn't register.
Still doesn't.
It still doesn't. Damn, Tim.
I mean, there's a moment in history, and like, how do you know that you're there? I didn't deserve to be there. I was still an immature teammate, not supporting in any way. So like, there's there's a lot of like emotions of shame and regret. Like I would have wished so desperately to be the 2010 operator back in 2006. Just 4 years, man. Just give me 4 years, a couple of combat deployments, a couple more schools, a little bit more understanding of how to actually contribute. Instead, I'm just looking at a door in front of me, and if the number one guy goes right, I'm gonna go left. Like that's where I was, and that sucks.
Well, you were hand selected by a very seasoned operator for, I'm sure, a very good reason.
Yeah. I bet if you ask John if he could go back and make that the same decision, he'd make a different decision.
Well, that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But
So it was pretty epic.
it sounds like it.
Yeah.
That is, did you know the guy that found him?
Yeah. And one of Matt Smith, who's the director of training for Sheepdog Response, retired Special Forces Sergeant Major. He's worked for a bunch of incredible units, special missions units. He was longtime friends, and so getting to like hear the stories and firsthand, and being there and getting to tie what happened at that target with where we were at the exact same time, is going back to my journals too, and like re-looking at that night, which target we're at and which people we were questioning when that happened. And we roll back in to the compound when they finally dropped those bombs. And, we'd just been in another fight with a different QRF. So like the elevation and adrenaline, is freaking out. And then like, wait, what just happened? Like, it's over? Like we got him?
Damn. Do you want to talk about what happened when they found him, or should we keep that offline? Totally up to you.
I want everybody to know that this dude, that Zarqawi, radical, murderous, raping, torturing fanatic, burnt people alive, dragged them through the street, tortured. I don't know. If you're to... How many do you think, Shawn, under his lieutenants, how many people did he torture and murder? Specifically Iraqis. Tens of thousands?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
Thousands, tens of thousands?
It's gotta be. I remember rolling up to locations where they would put people's heads on cinder blocks and on huge blocks, and then just launch cinder blocks straight down and pop people's heads like a grape. I've seen pregnant women, get hung on hooks just to bleed out with the fetus inside. And he was part of all that.
Yeah. He was orchestrating all
beheadings, all of the shit that you saw over there. He had a hand in.
Yeah. So his last breaths as he was dying from shrapnel and overpressure was an American commando with his foot on his chest. That's I'm not sure Americans have the appetite or the tolerance for what it means to win a war. In 1941, a day that'll live in infamy, and we were attacked at Pearl Harbor. It finished with us dropping 2 nuclear bombs on a people that wouldn't submit. Behind every blade of grass, when you come onto the motherland of Japan, you'll find somebody fighting to protect Japan. Like, fine, Hiroshima. Are you done? No. Fine, here's Nagasaki. Are you done? Then we won that war, right? In Europe, as we pushed into Berlin, it was absolute destruction and carnage of everything. If you look at photographs from early 1945, late 1944, it is destruction in epic proportions. There's no moral equivalency when you're trying to win a war. There's winning and there's losing. That's it. And we're looking for like some moral justification about how we're going to be fighting these wars these days. And there's winning and there's losing. And so I realize that now people may not have the appetite of what it looks like to have an American standing with his boot on the chest of one of the evilest men to walk the face of the planet in my lifetime. But that is a beautiful, glorious thing. And I hope they can understand why that's important.
I think most people listening here are going to understand why that's important. But thank you for sharing that.
America.
That's right.
Greatest country in history.
That's right. So what do you do? So you take out Zarqawi. You guys take out Zarqawi. How much longer do you have on this deployment?
I mean, that was the point of the deployment. So we come back, keeping the momentum and making sure that none of his lieutenants are promoted. So keeping that initiative where we continue to hit targets rapidly over the next few nights. We maybe had a 48-hour stand down as the president came, which is another one of the reasons why all the comms were shut down. And once you're told that, President Bush is coming in, everybody goes from the task force and is there, and they shake hands and a few pictures are taken and he bounces. And then it was like, let's go back to work. Every single bit of information that was taken off of every single one of those targets on that night is then reprioritized into a new target list as we, taking this guy off, but elevating these two guys that we haven't yet found, and trying to keep that momentum to secure and stabilize that battle space. And then you go home.
How many top terrorists do you think were neutralized that deployment?
50.
50?
Top. There's a lot.
That's a whole deck of cards.
That's right. Yeah. In that deck of cards, I think there's 3 or 4 just in that specific 2004, 5, 6, 7 deck of cards. I think there's like 5 or 6 dudes that were in that deck.
Nice.
In that one deployment. But then, the lieutenants for every single one of them respectively, like those guys went to the dirt as well.
So there was a 48-hour window of.
I worked out like 9 times.
You got to meet the president. I'm sorry, but we got to slow down the ops because you got to meet the president, and then it's right back at it.
Yeah.
Right back to work.
As it should be.
Yep. No time for celebration. Let's go get the rest of them.
I think in that tactical pause and that battlefield patience, which is so important and often misunderstood, they were also processing all of the information taken off of all of those targets that night. And then they had to reprioritize all new targets going forward. And that's hard. Like even now, if I were tasked with that, how do you reorganize your whole entire target list with all information that's taken off of 25 targets in one night? And then you move out, number 1, 2, 5, and 7. Mm-hmm.
And then all of the new ones that we didn't even know about.
Yep.
Man, that's a hell of a first deployment, too.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Dude. I still get heart racing thinking back. That's deployment number 1, my first combat deployment.
Man. Amazing.
Yeah. And things changed. Afghanistan.
Yeah, so let's go home.
Okay.
Let's so you get home. Do you get married on this trip home?
Yep.
So you come back, you find out, you talk to the spies. She's good.
Yeah. And I know I'm going to be going to Ranger School, to Special Forces Sniper School, and I'm already starting to position. I'm trying to find out which unit is the next unit going back to Afghanistan, and I start trying to position myself to get on that hitch. So I'd knock out 2 schools and then go on the next rotation.
So you're not on the SIF?
No, I'm still on the SIF.
Then what are you looking at other units for?
So once you spend a couple of deployments or a couple of years on the assault force, you can move to the recon Halo sniper team. So I go to Ranger School, my team sergeant, John, says, hey, if you're going to go to Ranger School, you can't come back to this team unless you're honor graduate. And so you have no choice but to go to Ranger School because you're immature, you don't understand leadership, you don't understand the Army. So go to Ranger School, and if you're not honor graduate, you can't come back to this team. So I go, I'm honor graduate, I come back to this team, but then like I still have the chip on my shoulder because I'm a prick, and I still haven't learned humility, evidently. So I'm like, fuck this team then. I'm going to, I'll go to the Hello Sniper team. So then Alex Ortiz is the team sergeant for 796. And he offers me a spot to come to 796. So I go to sniper school after Ranger School, and I'm looking for when is the next combat deployment for anyone in the greater Special Forces regiment, because now I wanted to deploy as a sniper. Mm-hmm. And so I'm still in the SIF, but I'm looking for jobs for USASOC, JSOC, for coalition soft forces that need a sniper, because I wanted to be an experienced sniper, not just a paper sniper. Mm-hmm. And that was, and especially as a Special Forces sniper, in addition to being able to shoot far away, you come with the understanding of a battle space and how to, call in 9 lines and how to be the connective tissue between other special operations units and combat units in the theater with, like, as a softly, like a special operations liaison. So a sniper is really useful in those roles because he can speak the languages of lots of different types of units. Mm-hmm. So I was trying to find a way to get to war as a sniper. And the SIF, having just returned, they weren't on the playbook to go back for like 2 more years. Okay. And I did not want to wait 2 more years.
Gotcha. How did you propose to your wife?
Yeah. So first, we were going to be going to a baseball game in Southern California, and I was going to do that cringy 7th inning thing. I had that set, and it, for a variety of reasons, a nephew that was sick, we ended up not going to the game, so I canceled that. Then I was going to do it at Disneyland during the fireworks, but fog and weather came in and they canceled the fireworks that night. So then I was going to do it at the beach house in California in Cambria, and we're driving on the coast road over, and as soon as you crest the hill and you see the ocean, I saw this gigantic layer of marine clouds. So I knew that it was going to be a full moon that night, that once we got to the beach, you wouldn't be able to see anything besides the black murkiness that is fog. And I have a bad relationship with fog, so I was like, I don't really want to propose to my wife on a dark beach in the middle of the fog. So as we're on top of this hill, this mountain, looking out on the Pacific, and the Pacific Ocean is like, it's my home. I love that water. I right there on the side of the road, like got down on a knee and was like, "You're made for me. I don't deserve you, and I know that you fight for me. I'm not going to tell you how I know, but." And she said, "Yeah." No, that was it. And I drove to my grandma's house in Cambria and told her, she was the first to hear that I was getting married.
Oh man,
it's cool.
Very cool.
Now, marriage is tough.
So you get married, you get engaged, and you get married on the same trip home.
Yep. And
find your new unit.
Well, I stay in the SIF. I find my new deployment.
Okay.
So I was still at C37. I was still in the 7th Group SIF. And
so hold on. So there's multiple teams within the SIF in each group?
There are 2 troops, and each troop is comprised of an assault force of 2 ODAs and a recce team.
Okay.
And that recce team's broken into like the Halo Sniper and then like the tech human side of the recce team.
Got it.
So each of those troops could kind of work independently, but as a squadron, they can like work as a 4-team assault team with 2 recce teams. You know, that's how we're organized.
Got it.
And this deployment, a new battalion was going into Afghanistan, and the SOF coalition, so the all of our NATO allies with all of their special operations teams that are forward deployed, the British, the Canadian, Czech, the French, all of those teams are under the battle space commander of the American military. So the American kind of combatant commander of Afghanistan has all of these different countries that are all allies that are all working under this kind of coordinated combatant wing. As a Special Forces sniper, myself and my sniper partner volunteered to be USASOC snipers for the coalition SOF. So anytime that any one of our allied tier 1 units were going to be going to a target, one of us would, well, the plan for both of us was to go, but as soon as we landed in Afghanistan, my sniper partner gets the Dear John letter that his bank account had been dumped, that his wife had a dude on the side and she was just waiting for him to fly overseas. She's like selling his guns, selling his motorcycle, dumping his bank account. So he was going to be combat ineffective. So they flew him home, which left me there by myself. So now I'm a USASOC Special Forces sniper assigned to the coalition, and I'm like, I got nobody. So this whole entire deployment, I am just hopping from TST to TST, time-sensitive target, or trip, or mission, with each of these different coalition units.
Before we get into the actual deployment, you did another thing on your off time. You started your first company, correct?
That's right.
Ranger Up. How did that come about?
There's this fighting tournament called the Army Combatives Tournament, and all military branches could send their best fighters to this 4-day long, just violent tournament. You'd weigh in. The first phase was fighting and grappling. The second phase was fighting in Pancrase limited striking rules. And the third phase was you fighting in real MMA fights for who is going to be the Army Combatives champion. Ranger Up was like this apparel line that would make fun of all of the things about the military that you couldn't make fun of being in the military. And it was awesome. And Nick Palmisciano and Tom Amenta and Dave were like, hey, we want to sponsor you. So I went and fought in those Army Combatives tournaments as a former professional fighter. So I'm the only guy in history to win them 3 times. And you'd fight anywhere from 10 to 20 times over the weekend. Obviously submission fights, Pancrase fights, and then finally MMA fights.
What's a Pancrase fight?
It's so you're bare knuckle, but it's closed fist to the body, kicks to the head, but you can't close fist punch somebody to the face. So it's grappling and kickboxing heavy.
Gotcha.
And then it kind of like limits face damage so that you are able to fight, which would be your third phase and final phase, which is the championships fights in MMA rules. When I won that, Nick and Tom and Dave were like, hey man, we also heard that you're like fighting on the side. So they started sponsoring me. And I said, well, why don't, instead of you sponsoring and paying me, like I would like some equity and I would like to help build Ranger Up. So that was my first like business entrepreneurial step, was getting equity of Ranger Up and then starting to help build that brand.
Man, you guys had some great branding for the time.
Yeah.
I remember this one video specifically and it was, I've never met Nick, but I think it was Nick, and he had this old Special Forces medic on there. Dude, that was hilarious.
We were like so far ahead. Now there's tons of great military apparel lines.
Yeah.
You know, you had like 762, you have 9 Line, you have Grunt Style, and they're all great companies owned by great guys. We were the first. You know, we were the first ones to do it. You know, Matt Best and Jared that went on to own Black Rifle Coffee, they had Article 15, you know, with Rocco. So like, but we were the first. And, you know, we were the first ones in PXs. We were the first ones like saying things that you couldn't say and putting them on shirts and having soldiers like wear those things around. It was freaking awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. That stuff really, I mean, that got legs fast.
Yeah, it took off.
It seemed like it.
Yeah, it blew up. It was crazy to go from, you know, Nick and Tom and Dave like printing shirts in a garage to them, you know, selling 5 million in shirts.
Wow.
You know,
Yeah.
an infantry officer, an SF officer, a Ranger battalion kid, and a Green Beret.
Damn. That is very cool.
It's fun.
Did you guys get a lot of shit for that? Did you?
Yeah, we got like, oh, you're those guys. You know, like, and some people didn't get the jokes, and military humor is not humor that is appreciated sometimes out of the military. So non-service members would see some things and they'd be like, dude, that's not funny at all. We're like, no, it's absolutely hilarious. You're like, and I'm sorry that you don't get it, and I'm sorry that you're offended or whatever triggered word is now, but this is funny. You just don't get it, and that's a you problem.
Yeah. How long did that run go on for?
I mean, 10 years.
10 years?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that carried me into, you know, I fought for IFL and Strike Force, UFC. I was wearing Ranger Up on fight shorts, and that the success of that company and how to do it and how to market really led into me opening new business ventures and how to organize business. You know, there were a lot of mistakes that we made at Ranger Up, but like with all mistakes, ideally you learn from them. And I was just surrounded by really smart people that once we made a mistake and they learned from them, they would then tell me what to do. So I didn't make them again because I would make them again because I'm dumb. But they would be like, maybe if you learned from this, we'd do this differently. And it just kept kind of getting better. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. That, I mean, it essentially created an entire subculture out of the military that brands have taken ideas from, learned from, developed new ideas. I mean, that was kind of the start, you know, and it's very cool.
Yeah, we're definitely proud of it. You know, we didn't exit like the way that you'd want. You know, as you position yourself to sell a company at the right time, we did it in all the wrong ways, which is another hard lesson to learn. Where you've been part of a brand for 10 years, and then you kind of watch that brand die on the vine. You know, like Ranger Up still exists. You know, I still own a percentage of it. You know, but that company, which I don't control anymore, and neither does Nick, is like a shell of what it once was. You know, that stings.
Yeah.
We're like, man, why don't we sell at this moment, or why didn't we position to exit at this moment? And we just didn't know any better.
Yeah. Well, plus it wasn't your primary focus.
Nah.
You know? So, all right. Let's move into Afghanistan. So you're a sniper for USASOC.
Yeah. So going from being on a JSOC task force hunting the #1 dude on the planet to being a single sniper in support of coalition units that do not get tier level targets. You get whatever's there in their battle space. There's no QRF. There's no support. There's not even another person on target that speaks English. And sometimes, in some instances, like I knew some of the guys on target spoke English. They just wouldn't talk to me in English. You know, like I don't speak French. I don't speak German. You know, like I'd fight to go with the Canadians or the British, but they weren't trying to get in the fights like the Czechs were. Like the Czechs wanted to get into fights. So like me traveling and deploying and going with the Czechs off, for example, into Firebase Anaconda, like they wanted to get into gunfights.
No shit. I never worked with the Czechs.
Dude, they're bad.
Are they?
Yeah, a bunch of Viking-blooded dudes.
Hey,
like,
I never
giants.
got the opportunity. I've seen the Polacks. I've seen the
Similar.
Polish. And those boys were hungry.
Yeah.
But I never saw the Czechs.
Kind of same vibe between the two of them. You know, they're like the Gru and Cheksov both have that like something to prove Eastern Bloc anxiety of post USSR, where like they have a chip on their shoulder. They want to know how to fight. They want to bring lessons learned from combat back to their homes. You have to be in Eastern Europe when you have Russia knocking on your door often, and then making incursions into Crimea, into Ukraine, and for you to understand the permanent anxiety that these special operations guys have, because it's on them, right? Like you can say NATO all you want, but if Russia came to the Polish border, which they were trying to push through, you know, like when they got all the way to Kyiv and they're looking at moving all the way up into Poland, Poland was positioned to find a line in the sand and stand there and die on it. Like you'd have to step over the bodies of every single Polish special operations guy if you were a Russian soldier trying to invade Poland. And they have had that for 20 years.
Yeah.
So then they get to go to war, but they haven't been in war, like real war. And now they want to prove their tactics, their procedures. They want to make sure that their equipment is right. They're using the right ammo. All the things that you learn from war, they're trying to perfect there. The Czech and the Poles were maybe the most hungry.
Yeah. Yeah. What's it like going out with those guys?
They don't shoot at them. They also don't have the same scrutiny. You know, this is 2008. Now we're peak Afghanistan war. I went from like peak Iraq war to, 2007, 8, 9 is peak Afghanistan war. And if you're on, if we're moving, we're on a GAF, a ground assault force, we're in vehicles moving towards a target, and that target starts shooting at the ground assault force, they're just going to level the target. You know, like this is the war that we're at now. It's not like, hey, let's continue to roll up and hit them in a dynamic entry. It's like, cool, let's stop, and we're just going to drop bombs and mortars on top of these guys, and then we're going to cruise down as maneuver elements and pick up the bodies. You know, this is we got blown up as Valley and Urzgan with the Czechs, and it was a IED initiated ambush, and they had positioned a few hundred foreign fighters and Taliban in this valley with this intent of taking out the entire Czech special operations, the special forces ODA that was escorting them to Firebase Anaconda, and all of the resupply that was going to keep them at this firebase throughout the winter. So there's this gigantic caravan of Jenga trucks, and then the Czech special operations forces and the American escorts to there. And I was the liaison to the Czech special forces.
Okay.
This is just an example of like the different types of missions that I went on as that USASOC sniper liaison. From the time that initiated, that IED initiated ambush kicks off, PKM machine guns start going off, RPGs are skipping off hoods and slamming into vehicles. Like that was the beginning of a 3-day gunfight. And if you're doing your battlefield damage assessment, you know, you're looking at a few hundred dead foreign fighters.
Damn.
You know, the vehicle in front of me gets disintegrated. Everybody inside of it dies. You know, like purple hearts were handed out to, like, not handed out. That's not the right word. everybody gets Purple Hearts from this mission. Shrapnel in the back and the necks. We're in villages as we're moving from there all the way to Firebase Anaconda. Every time that we move to the next village, we're having to fight door to door, building to building to get through this village. And you couldn't go around this village because around the outsides of these villages, they had put IEDs.
Damn.
And, so it's just like...
And you're with the Czechs.
Yeah.
How are you communicating with them? How are you integrating with their tactics?
I would mostly talk to the Americans about where we were and where we were going. And I would just observe what the Czechs were doing or how they were maneuvering. And then I would communicate to the team sergeant of the Special Forces ODA about, hey, we're going to be heading, we're going northwest. Our azimuth is this right now. We're going to be moving to this position. And the company commander spoke broken English, but English enough where he would relay to his unit that would be maneuvering to a new position. And then he'd give me like the bluff. He'd give me the wave tops. This is the bottom line up front. We're moving to this hill and we're going to be providing suppressive fire as the ODA is going to be moving to the south. So I'd call the ODA, be like, hey, we're moving up to this hill. This is going to be the grid coordinates. And I'll give you intel from this position as we go. And that would be rapidly changing. And I would always be struggling and to figure it out, like what the heck is going on right now.
Yeah. And so, I got to be honest, this sounds like a pretty good mission set to me. So you're basically a strap hanger for anybody that's doing shit.
That's right. I got to...
Was it hard to integrate in with these units and get them to say, yeah, we want them on the op?
No, you pass the sniff test, you go into the pre-mission briefing and you ask a few of the right questions and, how am I going to be an asset? Where would you like me? How would you like me to communicate? What kind of information do you want me to relay to the Americans? Here are some capabilities that I have in calling for fire. This is the equipment that I'm bringing with me. Is this appropriate? Where I would be useful if I have the stuff? Is there other stuff that you would like me to have that I do have that I can bring if you'd like? Those type of things really build immediate rapport when you're having kind of an outsider come into your unit. They also recognized the value of having that American Special Operations liaison. If you want air support and you are French Special Operations and you're trying to call for American call for fire, that's hard, right? But then you have me there where I can just pick up my phone and be like, my figurative phone, and be like, hey, this is where we're at. This is what we need. This is where I need it. Send it. And it's done. So they recognize the value in that. So with the right questions and the right kind of immediate rapport building, and I would also bounce each one of the different nationalities had their own bases. When you got to like Bagram or Kandahar, they were all segregated into like the Italians were here, the French were here, the British were here. Do you remember?
I remember.
So I would go and I would go have dinners with them. I would, if there's a soccer game happening, I would go and hang out with them. And I was able to go outside of the wire and acquire things that help build rapport with foreign units. So I'd bring them a bottle of wine, or I'd, things that are hard to come by in Afghanistan. I'd bring and show up with, some salted meats and for a soccer game. And then, I was E6 with, a combat patch, recently came from Afghanistan. I got a Ranger tab. Like, they know that I'm the Special Forces sniper. So it wasn't as hard to build that initial rapport. Thinking back to my dad about like how to break down barriers. I came bearing gifts. I kept my mouth shut, asked questions when appropriate, and looked for opportunities to contribute.
How many different units did you operate with?
About a dozen.
Wow.
Over the course of 8 months.
Damn. Did you? So now you're a Special Forces sniper. You've got a whole new set of capabilities and skills. Did you engage anybody as a sniper?
Yeah, a lot.
Did you kill anybody as a sniper?
Yeah, a lot.
Can we talk about the first one?
Yeah, it's a bad one. It was sad, like all war is. I wish it was like, dude, I saw this dude square on the back of the target. You know, he had like his head holding the head of a baby on his shoulder. You know, and he's carrying an AK, and I see that he's wearing a VBIED vest, and he's running towards an American unit, and I shot him. You know, yeah, it was a child carrying a 1875 lever action British rifle, and he was moving in resupply points between this Taliban machine gun position. And I saw him move a couple of times. I didn't know how old he was. He's about 500-600 meters. There's like hours of limited visibility. So like I see a guy with a gun moving from like the far side of a hill to a machine gun position. He does it a couple of times. So the next time that I see him moving, I shot him. And very rarely do you get to go and see the people you shoot as a sniper. And this was in our direction of travel. So as the caravan starts to move in that direction, and I come and I see this 11, 12-year-old kid with a rifle. Actually, if you ever come to my office in Texas, in Austin, I have this gun hanging on my wall. Right underneath it is the CENTCOM permission from the JAG for me to bring. It's not a war trophy. They said it's not even functional. And I also have U.S. Special Operations Command JAG authorizing me. And I have both of them, like the stamped, approved, what were those like little squeeze things that put a permanent mark on the paper? Yeah. You know, with the JAG signature. Seal. Yeah, with their little pressure seal. Both of those things sitting right underneath there. And it reminds me of two things. One is every time I hear a politician say, like, why do you need a gun? Like, what is the importance of the Second Amendment? We have F-16s and F-18s and M1 Abrams. And I think back to a little boy, a peasant, a nomad that had been kicking the American Special Operations ass in this valley for 3 days. And he's running around with an 1875 musket, one man with a rifle protecting his own land, how powerful he is and the power of the Second Amendment, and how this insurmountable force of one good guy with a gun, how powerful that is. So that's one reason. And the second is to remind me of the cost of war. It's never the way that you want it to be. It's never the way that it is in the movies. It is horrible. It is young. It is pain. And, you know, I don't want my son to ever have to shoot an 11-year-old kid carrying a gun that doesn't even work. That's war. Everything else is for the movies.
Does that still haunt you?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's war.
Yeah.
Someday we'll have peace. We'll live together. But until then, this is what war looks like. So you can have these ideals and dreams of grandeur, but it's eviscerated bodies and burnt smell of hair and flesh, and children that are raped and tortured and die from overpressure wounds, and bad guys on the same, not but 2 days later from me shooting that kid, I throw a grenade through a window with a PKM machine gun. Mike Goebel. Hero. One of the greatest Green Berets to walk the face of the planet. Roy Benavidez level Green Beret. I walk up to a door, and I don't know how he knew this. I don't know if he was precog, like maybe he came from the future and came back in time. And I walk up to this door, divine intervention. It's happened multiple times in my life. I walk up to this door. We see bad guys move into this building. And as soon as I go to reach for the handle of the door, Mike and I, we always had like some friction. We had been in a couple of fights over some dumb stuff. He was in a machine gun position. He had a pistol out. I was like, why aren't you on your machine gun? He's like, well, I want a pistol kill. I was like, you're a stupid idiot. And then we'd fist fight. So like, fast forward to this
typical
door.
Neanderthal conversation.
100%. I put my hand on this door, and he hits me so hard and shoves me, and I stumble back and fall over as this door gets shredded with machine gun fire. And I don't know if he like heard a bolt drop or if he heard a selector switch. There's no way, because I was at this door, right? Like I didn't hear anything. All I know is like, I just start falling back and I'm like trying to get my feet because I'm going to come at him and knock his teeth through his face because he just shoved me because I thought he wanted to be the number one guy through the door. And as soon as he shoves me, it pushes him back and this door just gets shredded with machine gun fire and saves my life. No question. Had I been there like a half a second later and Mike Goldbull not been there, I'd be dead. And I see as this door like kind of starts swinging that there's a machine gun sticking out of this window. And I take a grenade. I throw this frag grenade through this window. Boom. Again, it's not like the movies, right? There's not like this flame. Like there's not this like da-da-da. It's just this thud. And what you want to hear is silence. You know, all I hear is women and children start screaming. This guy had barricaded himself and surrounded himself with a bunch of women and children in this room. And, this is 2 days after coming off this kid. You got a lot of Spartan stuff in here. Do you remember the plungers behind the line of the 300? So you'd have the guys in the front, the phalanx, right? The short swords and the spears. And they would move that line forward and they'd step over the bodies of the people that were fighting that would die against the shields. The next row behind them were long spears. So they were guys that were stabbing through the shoulders and over the shoulders of the forces that were coming. So the wall would come, they'd attack, they'd close the wall, spears would come. And as you'd step over these bodies, the third row would be a plunger. And he would have this metal spike and he'd just stab these guys as the Spartans would move forward. Every night, as we moved forward, I would sit there all night long with a thermal imager and I would splash rounds into every heated body on the battlefield.
Holy shit, dude.
And I did it every night for 8 hours. A couple hundred rounds a night.
Shit.
The only one that could shoot out. So with these RG-33s, with the Crow's amazing targeting system, what we didn't have was a lot of ammo. So the Crow's has thermal. They'd be able to spot a target. I would lay, and they'd give me an azimuth and a distance and a direction, right? And with distance and direction, I'd kind of PID the body, and then I would dump a couple of rounds in it. And then they'd move it 5 degrees. And they'd give me a new distance and direction. I would adjust, and I'd splash a couple of rounds. Repeat every night. And that, exhausting.
That's heavy.
Yeah, it's heavy. And then you drive out and you just see these bodies that have, your holes in them to go into the next village that a dude is fighting from a room that he's surrounded with women and children. This is war. Fuck war.
Man. How did that deployment end?
With no elation or grandeur, with no celebration, with no time, a redeployment date for me to go to another school. That was I had that rifle, which I'd kept in my little tiny crappy plywood sleeping area. And I remember like getting in fight after with an Air Force JAG guy with like the redeployment security clerk. He's like, you can't come up. I'm like, I literally can. Like, this is paperwork with a stamp that outranks you saying that I can. Like, you can't. I'm like, this gun's coming with me. It's like that fight to bring that gun back home was crazy. But ultimately, that deployment date ended and I'm by myself. Like, I didn't fly home with a team. I didn't like high five, like, let's go back. My wife met me at the green ramp when I landed. There was nobody there.
Damn.
Yeah.
How was it coming home to your wife?
Broken. Yeah, I was a broken dude.
How was she?
I didn't know her. It was 8 months since I saw her. And in 8 months, I did the worst things that a person can do to another person. And she didn't, right? She's at home. She's working every day. She's taking care of our shepherd. She's running marathons and, she's finishing her MBA. And So she's developing as a human, and I'm developing in a totally different way. Not better or worse, just different. So I was at a Best Buy. This guy in this BMW starts cruising by, and he's smoking cloves. There was an Indian restaurant that was like just a couple buildings away, but clearly it was like downwind from it because I could smell like the curry from the Indian restaurant, and I could smell his clove, and he was listening to some Arabic music, and then he's like in a bad guy's car because like that's what all of them drew. And I was thinking about just like smoking this dude in Fayetteville, North Carolina. I've been home like 3 days, and I was like, man, I want to go back to my house for a few days. They had just had the UFC Fight for the Troops the same weekend that I got home, and I got home the day after it happened. So like Brock Lesnar's in town, Randy Couture's in town. Like these are all dudes that I knew, and I love the brotherhood of combat arms, specifically special operations. Alex Ortiz and no, this sucks because I can't remember a couple of their names because they're dead now. Some of my teammates, that sucks. They knew and had heard what that deployment was like for me. When I'd call back to give them updates to my team sergeant, I'd call Alex. I'd be like, hey, boss, just want to give you an update. I'm back. I just got back from this hitch that I was with the British or the Canadians or whatever. He's like, hey, man, I heard, like, I'm getting updates every single day on the red side. So first of all, I just want you to know that I'm super proud of you. I want you to not feel any pressure to do anything. Like, be the best that you can be, but you're not proving anything to anybody. Like we're proud to have you. And like that was the first time that I was like, I felt like I belonged there. Was because of Alex. And even like my team leader was supportive. We're not highly developed on the emotional IQ scale, I would say. So having, a superior give you that affirmation was rare. And so when I came home, they were there physically. My wife was there like emotionally, like I don't know what you need right now, but I'm like here. And then the team was like, take whatever time you need, but we're not going to let you get out of the saddle. So like we're going to be sending you to another school immediately. So like take a week, figure things out, and let's get you back on the horse.
You had kids too.
Yep. Yeah, I had two daughters from pre-military. They were born 10 months after 9/11. So I tried to recruit on 9/11, and in this kind of period of debauchery of me living as a broken man without purpose, because I was trying to get in the military. Like it took me 18 months trying to figure out what branch I'm going to. They have delayed enlistment things. They're trying to put me in like this IRR thing, and I had no idea how any of it worked. So I knew where I wanted to go, but I had like no purpose or direction. A young man without purpose is a very dangerous thing. So I got a few girls pregnant, thought I got AIDS. Went for a swim in the Pacific Ocean, butt ass naked, out into the fog, with no plan about how to get back. Just trying to figure things out.
Were you hoping to die out there?
Not consciously. I was trying to get baptized. I was trying to like wash away. I mean, at that moment, I literally thought I had AIDS. I had a girl that I had partied with after a cage fight, and she was a ring girl. She comes and she is trying to find all of her partners because she tested positive for HIV. And so one, kudos to her, is she's trying to track everybody down and be like, hey, So she walks into the gym. I have a few girls pregnant at this moment of my life. My grandpa's dying of emphysema, and I can't do the thing that I want to do, which is going to the military. And, post 9/11, it's just chaos. Like this is, you're in basic training, which just blows my mind, and going to buds like the same year that I'm walking into the ocean, butt ass naked and swimming into the fog. Like I would have done anything to be where you were. Yeah.
That is some heavy shit, man.
But you find purpose.
Well, let's talk about divine intervention. So you're a Christian.
Yeah.
You're a man of faith.
Very much so.
We just talked about something that happened. And now we're getting into this, which we had discussed either last night or this morning.
Yeah. I mean, even getting plucked out of this water. Like, I get naked. I swim a mile or 2 miles out into the fog. If you ever try to recover somebody from the fog, it's nearly impossible.
Just trying to recover somebody in
From
the
the
ocean
water.
at night.
We just lost 2 seals
Yep.
at night that went into the drink as they were trying to board. Like, we knew where they fell in. Like, we're talking about an entire body of water where nobody saw me walk into this water. Supposedly, some old woman had a witness of me getting into the water. It's impossible. This is like pre-cell phone. Like, there's a pager on the sand next to my wallet. There's no vantage point that any house with a phone can see me. So that doesn't make any sense. But ultimately, a Coast Guard boat, and I hate that I got rescued by the Coast Guard. Ultimately, a Coast Guard boat with this dude with his feet hanging off the front of this boat cruises up and is like, hey, what are you doing? I tell him I'm swimming, and he makes fun of me. I give him a brief update of like what's happening in my life. And he's like, man, I was going to offer you a ride back in, but maybe you just want to stay in the water. And I was like, nah, it's cold. And he leans forward, he like looks at my dick and he goes, I see it's cold. I was like, but it like lit a fire, I was like, all right. He's like, well, I'll give you an option. You can climb up onto the boat, but from this point forward, you're going to treat your life with a little bit more respect than you do at this moment, or did at this moment. I said, all right. And he threw that ladder down. Ah, man, it was so hard to climb up. I've been in that water maybe an hour and a half. To climb up that rope net with my hands that weren't even working right. In the Pacific Ocean, Morro Bay, I'm going to guess it's 52, 53 degrees. I've been out there hour and a half, long enough to be in bad shape. And he put one of those wool Navy blankets on me, and it felt like a million needles or burning, steel needles were like burning in my back. It was like the best feeling I've ever felt. I was alive. There's no way that Mike Goldwell heard that bolt drop and saved my life. There's no way that some woman saw me walk into the ocean and was able to give a specific distance and direction as to where I was in the water. It's impossible. And there's no way that in the fog, in the darkness, a boat would be able to come up and find somebody in the water. There's no way. Go forward to my wife and I have been married about 10 years, and coming back from 20th something trip, burnt emotionally, raw, all the wires are exposed. And I'm just going to call it quits, or I'm done. And we're together, and I don't know, we hadn't been to church. I hadn't been to church in 10 years. I couldn't reconcile like what was happening in war and the things that we're seeing with that there's an existence of a loving God. And so we walk into this church, and the pastor is giving a sermon on the importance of marriage and why it is one of the most important things that you can do in your whole entire life. And I was like, well, that's kind of awkward, because we're kind of already in this let's be done moment. And she's not really looking at me. I'm not looking at her. And he's like, and starting today, we have this new small group called Marriage Matters. And there is room for everybody that wants to go. If there's 1,000 people in here that want to start Marriage Matters, we will find 1,000 slots. And come as you are. We don't care what you have going on in your life. Just come. And like, she won't look at me. I won't look at her, and I was like, oh, this is awkward. And she's like, yeah. I'm like, what do you want to do? And the girl next to my wife that I've never met before, her name is Jen Ferguson. Jen Ferguson, she leans forward and she goes, well, I'll tell you guys what you want to do. So I'm the small group leader for this Marriage Matters thing. And I was like, do you want Jen? I need you to not talk for a little while. I don't know you, and I just want you to pump the brakes a smidge. And like your awesome energy, he's like, you're an 11. I need you at like a 2, and I need you at a 2 over there. So, on that day, my wife and I walk into a Marriage Matters class and saves our marriage. It's going to give it even more weird. And you're at this exact same time, one of my older daughters, Sabrina, there's a well, there's a hole. It's called a deep blue well in Texas. It's called Jacob's Well. It's about an 80-foot straight down dive, but an entire river comes up from this spring. So you're swimming against this current in this about 20 by 20 wide hole that goes deep into the water. You're not allowed to scuba dive in it because a bunch of people have been lost and they died down there. It's a very difficult free dive. Mm-hmm. And in the same time that I am trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do in this marriage, Sabrina and I go there, and she's a great swimmer, and she's hanging out on the top. I do a free dive down to the bottom, grab a rock, fight my way back up, set the rock there, go back through my pre-dive breath protocols, take the rock, slip off, and go all the way down to the bottom. I'm sitting down there maybe about 2 minutes, and I'm just like, it's cold. This is like Texas spring aquifer water. And just in the darkness, and it's very eerie. A lot of people can't even like swim over it because it's literally just this straight down blue hole. And I see this glimmer of this ring or of this metal, and I swim over there and I fan it, and I find a size 14 Irish band titanium wedding ring. And I grab it and I swim back up to the top, and I'm like, Sabrina, look what I just found. And she's like, where'd you find that? I was like, at the bottom. Are you kidding me? Clearly, like somebody had jumped off and it had fallen off their finger. And I have giant ape hands. It's my ring size. You can't resize titanium. And it's an Irish band. I'm Kennedy. I'm obviously Irish. And I'd taken my ring off, my original ring, and I hadn't been wearing it. And then sitting here at the bottom of this deep blue hole is my new wedding band at this exact same time of my life. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm not saying confirmation bias that I could project that these things I wanted to happen, but they did happen. And they're so statistically impossible that I can't sit back objectively and be like, these were coincidences. There's no way I didn't die in that valley. There's no way I didn't die at that door. There's no way I didn't die in the water. There's no way that ring wasn't put there for me.
Still have it?
Yeah.
Man.
Wear it every day at home. Yeah. I don't shoot, train, or travel with rings. They cause extra problems.
Does your faith continue to develop? Do you practice it?
I definitely practice it. I read the Bible. I do devotionals. I know God exists. I know a loving God exists. I know that there's divine purpose. I know that every single person was made for a purpose, and finding that purpose. And I've found my purpose, and I know why I'm here.
What is your purpose?
It's literally the mission statement of our company. And everything that I do is tied back to preserving and protecting human life and enabling and empowering people to provide for their families and be able to expand freedom. Like, that is why I'm here.
It's a damn good purpose.
Yeah.
I think on that note, let's take a quick break.
How many guys out there are worried about brain health? You know, all we hear about is fitness. Everybody's getting ready for bikini season because spring's right around the corner. I'm personally more concerned about my brain. You look around, you see all these brain diseases that are getting out of control. I'm going to take everything I can to improve the health of my brain. And I'm going to tell you about my 5 favorite supplements from Laird Superfoods that help with brain health. All right, the first thing I do every morning is I have Laird Superfood Creamer. It's got adaptogens and functional mushrooms, which are great for brain health. I put this in my tea. Tastes amazing. Who likes vegetables? Cool, me neither. That's why I take Laird's Daily Greens. Just pour it in a cup, shoot it real quick. You got your daily vegetable intake. Plus, guess what? Yep, that's right. Functional mushroom extract. There's 6 different kinds in here. Once again, great for brain health. After greens, we got Daily Reds. This one doesn't actually have any functional mushrooms in it, but I can't stand beets. I think they taste like shit. And so I take 1 scoop of this, put it in my water, and I don't have to eat beets anymore. All right, we're winding down the day now. This is the next supplement I take every single night. Laird's Sleep and Recovery. Helps me sleep, helps me recover from my daily workout. And guess what? Yep, you're right. It has mushroom extract. Guess what? It's good for your brain. And I saved the best for last. Most of you know this. My favorite supplement at Laird's is Performance Mushrooms. Has a ton of mushroom extract. Super, super good for your brain. Take it every single day, sometimes multiple times a day. These are my 5 favorite supplements from Laird Superfoods. You can go over to lairdsuperfoods.com. Use the promo code SRS. Save 20%. Ladies and gents, I would not have partnered with this company if I didn't believe in them. They take the cleanest ingredients. They try to source everything in America unless they find a better ingredient that's more quality somewhere else. I think we can all appreciate that. Once again, lairdsuperfoods.com. Use the promo code SRS. That'll save you 20%. I want to give a big thank you out right now to all the Vigilance Elite patrons out there that are watching the show right now. Just want to say thank you guys. You are our top supporters and you're what makes this show actually happen. If you're not on Vigilance Elite Patreon, I want to tell you a little bit about what's going on in there. So, we do a little bit of everything. There's plenty of behind-the-scenes content from the actual Shawn Ryan Show. On top of that, basically what I do is I take a lot of the questions that I get from you guys or the patrons, and then I turn them into videos. So we get, right now, there's a lot of concern about self-defense, home defense, crimes on the rise, all throughout the country, actually all throughout the world. And so we talk about everything from how to prep your home, how to clear your home, how to get familiar with a firearm, both rifle and pistol, for beginners and advanced. We talk about mindset. We talk about defensive driving. We have an end of the month live chat that I'm on at the end of every month where we can talk about whatever topics you guys have. It's actually done on Zoom. You might enjoy it. Check it out. And if Zoom's not your thing, or you don't like live chats, like I said, there's a library of well over 100 videos on where to start with prepping, all the firearm stuff, pretty much anything you can think of, it's on there. So anyways, go to www.patreon.com/vigilanceelite or just go in the link in the description. It'll take you right there. And if you don't want to, and you just want to continue to watch the show, that's fine too. I appreciate it either way. Love you all. Let's get back to the show. Thank you. Attention creators, we see you guys ripping our content and putting it all over social media. We've seen it on Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, you name it. Here's the deal. We absolutely love it.
Some of the reels you guys are making are getting over 20 million views. Here's the deal. We wanted to make it even easier on you, so we've created a link. It's down in the description of every single Shawn Ryan Show episode. It has thousands and thousands of raw cut reels for you to download for free, turn it into your own creation, monetize it, put it everywhere you want. All we ask is that you tag the Shawn Ryan Show in the description. Thank you. Let's see what you got. All right, Tim, back from the break.
Whew, I needed that break.
Yeah, that was getting pretty heavy there. And I appreciate you diving deep for that last segment there. But so now you're leaving the SIF and UFC is about to pick you up.
That's right.
How does that even happen?
So I was fighting the whole time that when I'd come back from deployments or I'd get back from a school, I fought 5 days after graduating from Ranger School. Most people don't walk for months. Mm-hmm. Like you don't have to take a PT test for a year after graduating from Ranger School. I graduated from Ranger School and I get a call from Leo Korolinski, who is one of the owners of the team, one of the teams in the International Fight League, the IFL on Fox. And he said, "Hey, I have a fight this weekend. I lost my light heavyweight. Can you come in? I heard that you're a fighter and you're on some shows that you're just in. Can you come this weekend?" I was like, "Well, it's Monday. Like weigh-ins are Friday, fights Saturday." I was like, "All right." So 5 days later, I weigh in on Friday and I go and I fight Dante Rivera, incredible black belt professional fighter, and beat the brakes off of him. And Leo Korolinski is like, who are you? Like, what is going on here? And I'm trying to explain to him, like, everybody on Fort Bragg or on Coronado, all of us trained, all of us fought, all of us, like, it is just part of in every course that you'd go to, whether it's Sephardic or Sephowic or Sisic, every single morning you're fighting, you're grappling, you're, like on the CMMS range, you're like, it's just fighting. And they wanted to keep that warrior spirit healthy. And I was like, I hate to break this to you, but I literally know about 1,000 guys that fight as well as I do, and they're at Fort Bragg currently. But I'm here if you want me to fight. So I kept on fighting, and that went well, and it went unnoticed for a while until one night, live on Fox, a couple of sergeant majors were at a famous bar in Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and they see this kid with a shaved head walk out to the ring. And it says, "A Ranger from Fort Bragg, North Carolina." There are no Rangers at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. And they're like, "Well, that's probably one of our guys, isn't it?" And they see me go and knock this guy out in a main event fight. And so they go, Tim Kennedy. They get on the Global and they search a Staff Sergeant Tim Kennedy assigned a C-37. And I get back. I'm on leave. I haven't broken any rules. So I took permissive leave to travel, weighed in on Friday. So I took leave on Thursday and Friday, traveled Friday, weighed in, fought on Saturday, flew home on Sunday. And I get home Monday morning at 6, I show up for PT and my team sergeant goes, "Hey, we have to go down to group headquarters." I was like our group? They're like, no, Special Forces Command. I was like, okay. So you got a good uniform? I'm like, marginally, so I go in there. The only thing that was good was my beret. I looked like a dumpster fire. We walk in, and the command sergeant major of Special Forces Command, of U.S. Special Operations Command, and of group are sitting there, and they're like, "So, hey, how was your weekend?" I was like, "It's fantastic. We saw that you're fighting." And I was like, "Roger. Did I do something wrong?" And they're like, "Well, you can't do both." I was like, "I've been doing both. I've literally done both for the past 8 years. You just saw it as a main event fight, but like I've been fighting for the past 8 years. I've a couple dozen fights in my duration of here at Special Forces." They said you have to choose. You have to pick between the two. And I don't want to. I was like, "No, like make me." Like, "We will make you. This is the Army. This is how this works. You literally have a choice. So you can do one or the other." So
What was the rationale behind that?
I don't know, digital footprint, facial
Jealousy?
recognition.
What
I
is
don't know. I've always fought this like misconception about I was 100% a company guy. They could have told me to do anything. I would have worn anything. I have always just wanted to support the regiment in the best way that I possibly could. Most people couldn't understand they couldn't control me, and that scared them. Even though they didn't need to control me because I would have done anything that they asked.
You're already loyal.
To the death. But they couldn't understand that because they couldn't control me doesn't mean that they can't control me, because I voluntarily would have done anything that they needed to do for the regiment. You want me to go on suicide prevention, like recruiting, retention, I would have done any of that. Just let me fight. If you leave me alone and let me stay on my team and continue to deploy and go to specialty schools and develop as an NCO and also win every single of the most prestigious fighting tournaments within the military and bring that recognition and honor back to the regiment, which I was doing, like that gigantic trophy on your wall, I brought that to you. Mm-hmm. Like all of those ribbons, those are mine. Like I got awards for those. Like, oh, you don't care. Okay, got it. The Green Berets have 2 National Guard Special Forces groups, 19th Group and 20th Group. So I was leaving active duty. The National Guard, they're part-time soldiers and full-time civilians. So you, as an M-Day soldier, you work some weekends a month, a couple of weeks a year, and then deploy when called upon. And so when I was trying to figure out, like, well, how do I do both? Because I'm going to do both. Get a call from the Texas National Guard, 19th Special Forces Group, and they're like, "Hey, come to us. You can fight. We'll use you as recruiting, and you get to go to an ODA." The day I got out, they just left me alone, pay me as an E7, salary,
nice,
pennies, right? Like I would have done anything that the Army wanted. Mm-hmm. They didn't. So then I go to the National Guard, and the National Guard pays a contract to me as a marketing, recruiting, retention tool, and they're paying me hundreds of thousands of dollars to put "Go Army" on my butt.
No way.
I would have done it for free. Like that. I would just let me fight, man.
Good for you, man.
But so that was like the beginning of then the marketing and media was a forced position from the Army saying you can't do both.
Damn. I mean, it turned out, how do you feel about it?
I don't know. Teammates got in fights when I wasn't there. Deployments that didn't go perfect. Mm-hmm. And the what ifs, right? Like never go down that road, because that is just one that leads to despair. But like, had I been there, would this have gone different? Could I have been part of this operation? And could I have been with Mike Goebel when he died? In one of his many deployments later into Afghanistan, he saved my life. I wasn't there when he died. Like, would that be different? I don't know. Andrew McKenna, like, I don't know.
Got it. I understand that. But UFC.
Yeah. And I go for the title runs. So I commit to fighting. I'm a part-time soldier, full-time fighter. And while I'm doing that, I am contracting for a bunch of different for-profit government contractors. And, because I still got to put food on the table. So I have a skill set. And so my full-time job is like fighting and contracting. And then I'm like a part-time soldier.
Shit. I mean, food on the table. You're making hundreds of thousands for wearing Army on your fight shorts.
Yep.
You're contracting.
Yep. You
got to be making at least $200,000-300,000 a year off that.
Yep. $1,500 a day at the time.
And you're in the National Guard.
Yeah. And then the fight purses.
What? Yeah. So how does it work? How does it work in there?
So we'll say the Reebok deal. So the UFC controls all apparel now. So you wear what they want you to wear, and you get, depending on how many fights you have, you get a purse, an apparel salary purse. But back then you could sell every inch of your shorts and your fight banner. So I could take on, like Trigicon or a firearm, a knife, I would never do it, but like Condom Depot, or like you could have any sponsor that you want, and they would pay you to have their name on your banner and on your fight shorts. Then you would have your fight purse, and then you had kind of like the commercial marketing. So, as a professional athlete and with the military background, there are a bunch of different commercial entities that were like, hey, will you film this commercial for us? Like, this is the very beginning of social media, like Facebook and MySpace. So like social media influencing wasn't a thing, but television and radio and Sirius XM were. So you could like go on there, you could record like a 30-second, hey, I'm Tim Kennedy, I'm a UFC fighter. I'm also like a Green Beret, blah, 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 insert like all the cringy things, and you'd get paid for those things. Mm-hmm. So I'd take my fight purse, I would take my banner fight shorts marketing purse, and then I'd take like my commercial purse and break those down into these quarters where my wife and I would then like reinvest those monies into businesses.
Okay.
Because we're still just living off of one of our respective solid incomes.
Okay.
And she was a W-2 still as a government contractor. And as we were trying to like buy a house and continue to like grow our position, it was hard to go to a bank as a professional fighter and overseas contractor.
Yeah.
It's like, no, I promise they're going to pay me. Like, I just got to find some more poachers or some pirates.
I'm going to win.
Yeah.
Leave me alone.
Yeah.
Give me the loan. But,
Yeah.
I mean, how are you managed? So you're fighting at the number one. I mean, what did that mean to you to be fighting in the UFC at the, I mean, you just came from the apex of military special operations. You went to the SIF, then you had an extremely eventful deployment in Afghanistan. Now you're fighting at the apex of the U.S. military. Now you're fighting at the apex in mixed martial arts.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the sense of accomplishment?
There's no, like, I haven't arrived. There's no feeling of like I've accomplished anything. I wanted to be the world champion. That's what I wanted. I wanted that. Tim Kennedy is the world champion of the world. And, fighting for the world title a couple of times, fought for the Strikeforce middleweight title against Jacare and Luke Rockhold. When I go into my first fight in the UFC, I'm fighting Hodger Gracie, like the most accomplished, one of the greatest grapplers in the history of pugilistic sports. My first fight in the UFC. A stay or go. Winner stays, loser goes. To go to fight main events against like Michael Bisping, and I was the last person to fight in a UFC fight for the troops. I fought Rafael Natal. I was supposed to fight Lyoto Machida, but fought at Fort Carson in an aircraft hangar as the main event.
Damn, that's cool,
for
man.
the UFC.
That is
surrounded by service members.
Oh man, that's awesome,
dude.
I mean,
talk about full circle.
Whoa, that's got to be. I mean, that's got to be just an awesome experience, and adrenaline just pumping, and I mean.
Again, like I hadn't felt like I arrived, and I didn't feel like I deserved to be there. And I had so much guilt, like I had abandoned all these men and women in uniform. And now I'm in there as a prize fighter, making, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and all these men and women are in their uniform in an aircraft hangar for their first opportunity to see a live UFC event. And, it kind of stung a little bit. And Joe Rogan walks in to talk to me after, and I could barely formulate words. I'm sorry. I love you. I wish I was with you. Like, that's what I was able to get out.
So you really felt a lot of guilt.
Yeah.
Damn, man.
Yeah. Fighting.
How were you able to, how were you able to compete at that level? I mean, I don't know a lot about mixed martial arts, and I don't know a lot about the UFC, but I do can appreciate the dedication that it must take to get to that level. And, I hear about these guys' fight camps and how much time, blood, sweat, and tears goes into training for especially a title fight. But you don't have that kind of time because you're still deploying, you're still in the National Guard. And on top of that, you're doing, I guess I shouldn't assume anything, but probably combat deployments with U.S. military contracting companies.
That's right.
So you're going to war, coming home, doing a quick fight camp and then going right into the ring?
I mean, you could stay in shape when you're overseas. I wrote this online. They're called Letters from a Foreign Land. And it was talking about like me doing snatches with 50 cals and running up hills with transmissions and filling them up ammo cans, like all of the unconventional training that I was doing while I was overseas to stay in shape. And then I would come back and I would immediately go into fight camp. So I'd fly to Albuquerque, New Mexico with Jackson Winklejohn, best fight team on the planet at the time. And we have John Jones, Rashad Evans, George St. Pierre, Carlos Conde, Demisio Page, Holly Holm. Like the list just goes on and on of all of these incredible world champions. And I'm Brian Stan, and I'm one of those guys there. So I could immediately walk into this room, and the best in the world are all consolidated into this one place. There's only like 3 or 4 super camps on the planet at the time, and Jackson Winklejohn was one of them. And so I start doing my fight camps there. I'm at altitude, and I'm training with the best in the world. So I come back in shape. Arguably, had I taken a different approach, it would that little bio would not say 2-time title challenger. You know, that stings quite a bit because I never won the world title. I was a perennial contender that was, on 3 different title runs, fought for the title twice, was positioned to fight for the 3rd time, and never won.
What could you have done differently?
I was always torn. I don't think I could have ever done anything differently because like my heart was always in 2 different places. I wanted to be in Africa. I wanted to be in the Middle East. I mean, desperately, like I couldn't not be there. And then I wanted to be a world champion. You know, this is the worst thing about the ego. There's my ego that wanted those 2 things. And I probably didn't need either of them. You know, how about like being like the best teammate or the best employee or the best husband or the best father? I argue that those are far superior to these other 2 wants, but those were the things that were driving me, was to be in war and to be a world champion.
Are there any similarities between being on the battlefield in the thick of it and being in the ring in the thick of it?
Physiologically, there's a ton of similarities. You know, like the exhaustion physically and putting all of who you are and everything that you have into this moment, you know, to not get knocked out or choked out. Similarly, like putting everything that you are and everything that you have into this moment to not die. So like physically, it's very similar. And when a commentator is talking about like, man, these guys are going to battle. Look at this war. Man, it feels like it when you're in there. And I would never castigate or disparage, one of the commentators or one of the athletes that are out there that describe what they're going through as, like as a war or a battle. Because it's you're out there completely raw and exposed. You're wearing shorts, a cup, tape, gloves, and a mouthpiece, and you're going to go try to knock out another dude in a cage. It's pretty gladiator.
Yeah. I mean, that's as close as it gets, right? Mm-hmm. But I mean, how would you prepare yourself mentally for?
I never
what
had
are the similarities between preparing yourself for going on an operation and going into the ring?
They're really, really similar. That preparation and that training and that skill development, on the military side, those core mental tasks, making sure that you know how to shoot, move, communicate, medicate. When you look at the fighter, making sure that I'm able to grapple both offensively and defensively, making sure I have good offense and defense as a striker, being able to dictate range and execute my game plan over their game plan. Those are the same things that I'm trying to do in combat. Mm-hmm. And then a big advantage that I had was like the military discipline and this very clear approach to both business and being an athlete. I treated it like a business. I was 10 minutes early to every single training session. You know, like I had all of my gear. You know, I was at the right place at the right time with the right equipment to the right training. You know, when Greg Jackson walked in for our first private, and I was sitting there, I was already wrapped up, and 10 minutes before our session was supposed to start, and he's like, I was about to go and like watch some tape for a little bit. I didn't even know that you're here. And I was like, well, we start in 10 minutes, don't we? He's like, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have expected to see here for like 30 more minutes. I'm like, all right, well, moving forward, I'll be here 10 minutes early. You let me know if you want me to arrive later, and then set that time accordingly. And same with Winklejohn, you know, I'm a striking coach. And it was hilarious because I'm in the gym with John Jones, who's on the opposite end of that spectrum, right? Like he's out partying late and burning it down and showing up like hungover. Talk about the most talented athlete on the planet, man. That guy is the best to have ever done it. And he could show up 2 hours late to practice, be there for 5 minutes, and get more out of that practice than I would have been there, having been there the whole time.
Damn.
He's just so superior.
Is it surreal training with people like that for the first time?
Yeah, I mean,
It's like, what the hell am I doing here?
Rashad Evans was the champ at the time, and like walk in, like the champ's there. You know, Brian Stan, who is like one of my favorite fighters. He's a Marine officer that we were in Iraq at the same time. Kind of cool, but watching him just knock people out with his right hand, and then being like to walk in and see him, to George St. Pierre, you know, like one of the greatest welterweight champions in the history of the sport, and like there's George. You know, it's rad. Cowboy Cerrone. You know, he's in the Hall of Fame now, and he'll probably be inducted for a few things, to include, you know, his fight with Roy McDonald, one of the best fights in UFC history. And like that's one of my teammates. I'm training at his house. I'm going to his ranch, you know, and yeah, it's weird. It's surreal. It's like not even the right weird. Like it's indescribably weird. Again, like, do I belong here? But I'm like thumping you up, like mauling you in the corner. I hit harder than you. You can't hit. I guess I deserve to be here. Like, when's my fight date?
Damn. How long would it take you to prepare for any particular fight?
6 weeks.
6 weeks. Mm-hmm. Would you time your deployments to where you had 6 weeks straight with them?
Yep. I'd try to set it where I'd come back from a hitch, and I'd, you know, wife and I would pack up the car, drive to Albuquerque, and do the fight camp, go to the fight, come back, pump, do another pump.
Had you experienced a lot of losses or failures up to this point? I mean, you blew through SF selection, you blew through the Q course, you said there was no challenge there, blew through SEER school, pumped out 2 crazy deployments. Sounds like you were crushing it as a kid, you know, and then now you're fighting at the apex of, like I said, mixed martial arts. And I mean, is that the first time you've really experienced failure?
Yeah, that's not like self-induced from choices. Mm-hmm. You know, standing there as a 21-year-old with a couple of girls pregnant and no like source of income, you know, that's failure. Yeah. It's a different kind of failure. But this one is like in your face. You're standing there, you're covered in your own blood, mostly naked, and the dude next to you gets his hand raised, and he's called the champion, and you're just standing there. You have to go to your after party because like sponsors paid for you to go there. Your eyes swollen shut, and your hands are swollen. You can barely hold a glass with them. And you got to walk into this room of your fans that you just failed and let down. But I'm not going to not show up, you know, because like they're there to see me. They love me, like win or lose. And you know, yeah, it sucks.
How do you learn from it? What did you take from it in the long term? After
the fight, you had a fun account to follow is the UFC Fight Doc. He's the guy that stitches most fighters up. He's a cosmetic guy, and you know he'd put the little local painkillers on these. He'd inject some lidocaine, and he'd come up to sew my face closed, and like hey, lay down on the table. He'd walk up with the painkiller. He's like, nah, I don't want that. So I got this. I can see your skull, Tim. I need to like this is from Robbie Lawler. This is from Jacare Souza. You know, like this was, I think, from Luke Rockhold. And I'm like, nah, just sew me closed. And he would sit there and he'd pull out, and he's talked about it a bunch of times on his pages. He'd sit there and he'd sew my face closed. And I wanted to feel every bit of that pain, because every single one of those things was like a mistake that I had made. And I would carry that. I would like breathe in this failure, and I would breathe in this pain, and I would like exhale purpose. And this embracing the suck, embracing failure, as we kind of move into some of the darkest, most horrific moments in my life, to include the Mexico border, Ukraine, Afghanistan, Israel, the same thing. Man, I would like suck in all of this failure, my failure, the failure of the situation, the pain that I see, and then I would like exhale purpose. Dan Holloway kind of coined that phrase, and it doesn't more aptly describe what I would feel and weaponize all of that failure into purpose.
Makes a hell of a lot of sense.
I mean, it makes sense. It's hard to do.
Yeah.
Because there's embarrassment and shame and ego, and and then the physical portion of it, like, okay, well, how do I then take this purpose and direct it into something meaningful and constructive? Like, motivation is failing, discipline and intentionality is permanent. So I have to take that purpose and turn it into what I'm doing in the gym, what I'm doing in my technique, what I'm doing in my businesses, what I'm doing overseas, how I'm planning in these ARs when we fail or do something unsuccessfully. Like, how do I turn that to good?
Yeah. Did you ever, trying to think how to word this, did your coaches or your team or your opponents, anybody, the UFC commentators, did they see anything different in you coming from the background? I mean, this is a sport, extremely grueling, as close to being a gladiator as you get. A couple months earlier, you're putting hundreds of rounds into bodies in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Do they see
Yeah.
a difference in the way you carry yourself, the way you fight, the way you train, your discipline, your motivation, your dedication? Like, is there a difference between what you brought to the table with all that other life experience that nobody else in the UFC has, compared to...
Leo Korolinski first was like, what is wrong with you? As we're about to walk out to the fight, everybody's yelling, come on, let's go, let's do this, like getting ready to go out. And I'm sitting there, are we having sushi after this fight? Because that sounds great. I haven't, some real wasabi, not this fake paste stuff. And he's like, you're about to fight. Can you focus on your fight? And I was like, yeah, I got it, man, just relax. And I went out there, picked this dude up, put him on his ear, knocked him out. And I come in the back after my fight with Robbie Lawler, barn burner, like bathed in blood. And they come and stick a microphone in my mouth, like, what, man, how was that? That was one of the craziest, most brutal fights we've ever seen. Robbie comes on to become one of the greatest, like George St. Pierre, one of the greatest welterweight champions, knocking everybody out. He has the Cinderella story of an exit. He is in the Hall of Fame, and he'll go in as one of the permanent Halls of Fame. And hey, how do you feel? I'm like, I feel good. They're like, doctors taking my pulse, and I'm already back down to like a 55 heart rate. And like, what is wrong with you? I'm like, well, there's nothing wrong with me. Just my experiences leading up to this have been vastly different. Like, this is not the pinnacle of my life. This is a fight, and this is a sport. And I want to be world champion, but this is not the wildest thing that's happened to me in this past couple of months.
Yeah. Do you think that scared your opponents?
Yeah, I don't know if it's a good thing either.
Why is that?
Remember the first time walking into a shoot house and like it felt like you're looking through a straw? Mm-hmm. And then the 500th time that you went in there and you could see everything, and you could see that they glued a flashlight over the hand of the guy that originally held a gun, because they're trying to have you shoot a no-shoot target which was a shoot target, but you saw it, and you also saw like that was crappy glue and it was a bad paint job. And you realize that the door that you guys breached last time. They didn't change that door out. Now you can just swing it open. You don't even need to put ECT charger. You see it all.
Yeah.
Compared to like number one, where like all you could see was like walk through the house like this. When I was walking out of the cage, I'd have to hide my wife in the audience because I could see everything. I could describe where every judge was. I could tell you what my corner was wearing. Like I was seeing too much. Where like I should have just seen what was in front of me. So I think there was some value to that. Like I never had the pre-fight butterflies, like guys were throwing up before they're walking out, like I'm playing on my phone and figuring out what I'm going to have for dinner.
I mean, it's got to be, there has to be a certain amount of fear for somebody to walk into the ring with another man who has taken life, legitimately killed for survival. And this is a fucking sport.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't think of anything that would be more intimidating for an athlete.
Well, kudos to the dudes because I got beat. Luke Rockhold beat me. Jacare squeaked out a decision. Yoel Romero, although he cheated, he beat me. So there's a couple of losses on there that those badasses in light of standing across from a dude that's been to war a bunch of times and is like.
But have you ever had that conversation with anybody?
I'm friends with most of the athletes that I competed against with in my era. And, we joke a lot about some of those things, like Luke Rockhold, to, his credit, he's like, man, I had no idea what I was supposed to do with you. I just wanted to keep on the outside and pepper you because I didn't want to let you near me. That's what he did. And that's how he beat me. Literally that was his game plan. And,
it's just interesting. It's just interesting psychology to tap into. Yeah. I've always thought about that ever since I've heard about you. So, yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah, I'll bet it was. I'll bet that was a hell of a ride. But so what was it that, why'd you leave UFC?
When my heart got broken in the fight with Yoel Romero. I knock him out at the end of the second round. Michael Bisping's the champion. Michael Bisping's last loss was to me. I beat the brakes off of him for 25 minutes. And so this is my third title run. I beat Yoel Romero. This is a title eliminator fight. The winner of us is going to go on to fight for the title. And he, through a variety of mischievous and cheating mechanisms, is able to, he gets saved by the bell at the end of the second round, blow some big punches into him up against the cage. John McCarthy pulls me off him. And, I'm like, did he get saved by the bell or is that the end of the fight? Did John touch me after because if John touches me before the bell, then I won. If he touched me after the bell, then, and I'm blasting him and he's just like, he's out. He crumbles to the ground. And I was like, oh, okay, that was the round. So I go back to my corner and I'm sitting there. I'm pacing back and forth, just looking at Yoel Romero as he's just messed up. And his corner's in there. They're fixing his face. The bell sounds, ding. And I take a couple of steps forward and John McCarthy grabs me. He's like, no, Tim, go back to your corner. So the athletic commission rules are very matter of fact. You have 10 seconds to answer the bell. If you don't answer the bell, it's disqualification. And as you can imagine, I'm a man that would know the rules. So 10 seconds passes and that's the end of the fight. I'm screaming. I take my mouthpiece out. I chuck across the floor. I point at Dana White. I was like, you're fucking going to pay me for that fight. I'm looking for my wife. Put your red panties on. I'm coming, and thinking about the after party. I also know I'm going straight to the title. I'm going to be fighting Michael Bisping. I'm going to destroy him. And this is all happening in a matter of seconds, right? 10 seconds happens, 15 seconds happens, 20 seconds happen. I'm talking with my corner, like, all right, hey, let's get these gloves off. Let's start getting things going. And John McCarthy's like, hey, come back in. We're fighting. I mean, we're fighting. They call it Stoolgate. Is a pretty, there is a calamity of errors that John messed up big time. He got played by his corner. The corner spilled some ice. They put on too much Vaseline. They're pretending like they couldn't speak English. There's confusion about like when he had to get off the stool. Ultimately, they were able to buy him an extra 40-something seconds. And so he sat there for almost 2 minutes while I'm leaving the cage mentally. He's with the sole focus of getting back into the fight. And huge adrenaline dump. You know, like that endocrine system's wild, and I get knocked out a few seconds later. That's the end. I was like, man, I don't want to do this all over again.
Ding! What the Hey, if you can't get off the stool, that's the end of the fight. You don't stand there for another minute. You're not fighting.
How do you recover from that?
That was I actually fought one more time against Kelvin Gastelum, and I shouldn't have. I was already done at the end of the Yoel fight, but all of that propelled me into everything that I've done post fighting, into starting these companies, into going overseas on rescue operations, nonprofits, for profits, like filling gaps. It gave me purpose.
Gotcha.
And also ended the most selfish portion of my life. Being a professional fighter, everything has to be about you. Your diet, your travel schedule, your sleep schedule, your training, like all of these things you're trying to line up for this periodization so that you're peaking at the right moment. So everything and it's terrible. It's like the most selfish thing that you could, and I wanted so to be done with it because I wanted to do something to contribute in a meaningful way back to the things that I care about. I couldn't when I was fighting. I could like amplify because I had a big platform, to talk about things, but I couldn't specifically contribute.
Gotcha. So this propels you into what you just said, the darkest portion of your life, which, Tim, we got about an hour left before you got to get to the airport. So I'm going to leave this up to you. We got a lot to cover. We could talk about the school. Yeah. We could talk about Sheepdog. We could talk about Ukraine, Israel, the border. Where do you want to go?
Well, I think they're all, we'll I think maybe cover wave tops of them because they're all very connected. Okay. When you take a step back, what I was doing in Ukraine was different than what I was doing in Israel, which was different than what I was doing in Afghanistan. What I was doing in those were vastly different than what I was doing in the military, part of Operation Lone Star on the Mexican border, fighting cartels and human traffickers and drug smugglers. Sheepdog Response, where we're training under the soft model of like empowering people to force multiplication. It's the special operations, the Green Beret soft model. Like, we don't want to do all the fighting. I want to go and find a populace that supports our ideas, equip and train them to do the fighting with and for us. Sheepdog Response is fully embracing the soft approach where I'm trying to train as many Americans as I possibly can in really basic, good citizen skills of like being able to provide for your family, being able to preserve and protect human life. Like that's what all the shoot, move, communicate, medicate, like we're trying to give those skills to civilians. And after, nearly 20 years 25 years as a EMT, a firefighter, a police officer, and then a special operations guy, and then a government contractor, when I saw globally the frail edges of the canvas and how weak we were strategically, I knew that big problems were going to be on the horizon. Mm-hmm. So in August of 2021, which is when we founded Save Our Allies, I was on the phone. I was actually writing Scars and Stripes. I was sitting on the couch with Nick Palmisciano, and my phone rings, and it was Chad Robichaux. And Chad says, "Hey man, I have my translators in Afghanistan. He's currently being hunted by the Taliban. They're going to rape and murder his family, and they're going to kill him. I've been on multiple deployments with this guy. Can you get in there And my phone had been burning down since Afghanistan started crumbling for contract jobs, like personnel recovery, evacuations. And I didn't want to be I wanted that chapter of my life to end of this profiteer. And I was like, yeah, I'll be on a plane tomorrow. And I look over at Nick, and Nick's on the phone. Nick's talking to Sarah Verardo. Sarah Verardo is this incredible woman whose husband was horrifically wounded in Afghanistan, and she's carried all that purpose and pain, or all that pain and all that suffering, and directed it into purpose. So she started the Independence Fund, the First Responders Action Group, a whole bunch of different military nonprofits, and she has a ton of connectivity at the Pentagon. So as I start trying to figure out how am I going to get into Afghanistan, Nick turns to me and is like, "You're not believe who I'm on the phone with right now," and she is saying that we got our way into Afghanistan. So like divine intervention yet again. Like I'm on the phone, like we're doing that Spider-Man thing where it's like, wait, you got, let's go. So I booked a flight that same day. We had to fly into UAE and figure out other routes to smuggle us into Afghanistan. And that was literally the four of us on the phone was the beginning of Save Our Allies.
Damn.
And it was identifying these gaps that the U.S. military wasn't able to go outside the wire at HKIA to go and recover people that had been isolated and were unable to make it onto HKIA. So Hamid Karzai Airport, which was the final the non-combatant evacuation operation, which was being run by Department of State, which is a bad idea, but they were doing the best with what they had. Everybody that was flooding to HKIA was getting stuck at these choke points, and the people that controlled the outer perimeter was the Taliban. So nobody could make it past the Taliban to even make it to the base to get onto a plane to be flown out. So all these people that fought with us for 20 years, these were special forces commandos with a dozen deployments. They have TS clearances, and they fly helicopters that we gave them. They stay. They're either going to be working for the Taliban or they're going to be killed by the Taliban. It's going to be one or the other. Mm-hmm. And then we have all of our legitimate allies, to include Americans, that were contractors, that were plumbers and electricians, for KBR, Halliburton, Raytheon. All those contractors were stuck in Afghanistan. So they had to be brought out. And for them to be brought out, they had to be escorted in. Well, this was the first identified gap, which was the American military can move logistics-wise. We could do anything. But how do you go and find 3 people, 5 people, 7 people that are hiding in a warehouse out in the city and then escort them past the Taliban and bring them onto the base past American lines and then put them on a plane? That's the gap. And we had 4 guys on the ground, and that's what we immediately went to work doing.
How did you do it?
I have a picture of a target. On the back of the target are 3 different con ops. So there's 4 of us. Dave was going to be staying back as comms for the 3 of us that went to do solo singleton missions. And on the back of a target is in permanent marker, concept of the operation number 1. This guy's going to Eagle Gate. He's linking up with the agency to go find this group of people, and they're going to be bringing them through this guy. Number 2, Tim is going to be going out this Abbey Gate. He's going to be picking up so-and-so. Number 3, we're going to be going, and we would do this every 60 minutes for the entire time that we had left, till ultimately the bombing at Abbey Gate happened on the 26th, and they locked down the base.
Were you there for that?
I was.
What a mess.
It was so bad. We did really. Those men and the team back in DC, they're so brilliant. They didn't sleep for weeks doing everything. Again, I was barely deserving to be there, being surrounded by so many capable operators that knew how to do so much, so fast, so effectively, and so efficiently. I'm just trying to contribute in the best way that I can. Not every mission went well. We were bringing in some buses through Blackgate, and there was a miscommunication, and a a commander at that gate wouldn't let those buses in. And everybody thought that it was me, like that Tim Kennedy was the one that had set all of these buses up. This was absolutely our operation. But guess who are the people that were making the calls to link up? This is at the highest level of government, right? Like the most elite commanders on the planet are saying who's getting on these things and trying to communicate that down to a ground captain or a ground light colonel that's coming from like a 4-star joint level is where wires get crossed, right? And so these buses get kicked back out into the city, and all those people got tortured and killed by the Taliban. But you didn't have time to think about it, because the moment that gate gets closed, I had I had to run over to the UN gate to clamber over that wall through concertina wire to run out to do another link up with a commando that was bringing him and another aviator on, and their entire families, like had minutes to like take a breath.
Yeah. Yeah. Damn. How long were you guys there?
Save Our Allies started working from the moment Taliban crossed the border and started taking Kandahar and Bagram, as Kabul, like all the way until they're stuck at Kandahar. We had teams in DC that were doing logistics and building lists and deconflicting lists to get rid of duplicate names, and also verifying. If we brought in one wrong person, the whole thing's for naught. Like the whole thing's a failure. I could have, saved 1,000 people, but we bring in one terrorist, done.
Yeah.
Right. So like we had to be perfect. And so 10 days total on the ground, all the way up to where outside the wire operations were I would have had to fight my way against 82nd Airborne and Marines to go outside of HKIA. So that was the...
and you guys evacuated how many people?
Oh, man. If you went into the talk that night, we moved privately 12% of everybody that left, anywhere from 6,000 to 15,000 people were moved by private NGOs and private contractors. Pineapple Express, the Glenn Beck and Mercury One, obviously Save Our Allies, Mighty Oaks, like the dozens of veteran organizations all mobilized. And I'm never going to take credit for us moving one, because there's not one person that moved off that air base that was not coordinated, facilitated by 10 other groups. So like total 15 to 20,000.
Man, as tragic as that story is, and is what a fucking complete disgrace our government is.
Yeah.
Like a complete incompetent fucking nightmare. The fact that a few veteran organizations would have been able to come together and get save 6 to 15,000 lives against, you're more effective than the U.S. government.
Yeah.
I don't think people fucking are hearing that. You're more effective than the U.S. government.
Yeah.
That's insane to me, and man, you guys did amazing work there, man.
Yeah, I can't even say their names, but like Kevin, Shawn, Dave, Nick, Sarah, like this group of people, again, divine. There's no way that you could, the connections that each of us brought and the experiences that each of us brought from all of the different things that we've been doing for the past 10 years made for the perfect recipe for success. Like, had it not been us, it wouldn't have happened. from, Eric Prince and Glenn Beck and like the connections that they have, Mark, these people were able to just move little tiny midgets and knobs to make this a possibility. Mm-hmm. And, what hell, what a hellhole though. The baby stuck in concertina wire, executed women on the side of the road by the Taliban, right in the face of the Marines in the 82nd.
And we funded it.
Yeah, we did.
And we're continuing to fund them.
Yeah.
It's
when Iran,
are we a failed state?
Not yet. We're close. We're knocking on the door to complete disaster. We still have the best and brightest on the planet. We're the most prosperous nation in the world with the most elite fighting force to ever walk the face of this planet. So no. But man, we're close.
Yeah, we're definitely riding the line.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's get into what you're doing in Ukraine.
So we recognized in Afghanistan that there is never going to be a single solution to a problem when you have a gigantic gorilla that is the American government and the bureaucratic approach to problem solving. They're always going to be constrained by rules, authorities, and authorizations, funding, permission. Like the list of their constraints are seemingly endless, right? But if you're small, if you're like this small expeditionary ability, small digital footprint, small financial footprint, small risk, we provide incredible asset to the large behemoth, right? Where, cool, you have a problem. We too care about that problem, but we have a bunch of different opportunities or different approaches to solve this problem. You got all these constraints. We don't have any of these constraints. Whether I'm going to go as a for-profit contracting company and not once ever has anyone ever profited in any way, shape, or form off of anything that we've ever done in the humanitarian evacuation neo sense. Everything that we've ever done always stays within the organization to advance abilities and capabilities so that then when the next crisis happens, and fuck, there have been so many in the past 3 years where I can pick up the phone and be like, hey, sir, just want to give you an update. Here's some current capabilities that we have in the region. I have a team that's on the ground or they're at the border or they've positioned themselves. They have this ground evacuation route. We've set up these rat lines. We have these evacuation an evasion lane set. We have these boats. We have these planes, right? Like all I do is come with assets. Tell me how you want me to skin this for you. Like, because I can do it as an NGO. I can come in as humanitarian aid and evacuate personnel recovery. But ultimately, like with our mission, with our purpose, everything else is for the sole reason of being able to accomplish that. Mission first always. No paid salaries. I've never taken a cent. Neither has anyone else that is part of that organization. All 100% program funded.
Damn. Beautiful.
We were talking last night how much you hate NGOs, and you're not wrong. When they get so big and they lose that, but when you look at a problem and you go like, how do I get Americans out of Sudan? How do I get Americans out of Israel after the worst terrorist attack in their history and per capita in in any history? 10 times worse than Pearl Harbor. 8 times worse than 9/11 per capita. Mm-hmm. But the difference was that everybody there was raped and murdered and tortured. Big significant difference. All the Americans, 40,000 of them that are in Israel, now have no flights to get out. They're also, some of them are old and they went to see where Jesus was baptized, but they can't make it back to the airport, or they're in Jerusalem. They have to get back to Tel Aviv. Like Delta, United, American, all those flights are canceled, even though you've tried to book 3, 4, 5, 6 different times. And now your card has been charged every time. Now you have no money to book another flight because your credit card's frozen and there's no airline that'll take you. So how do you get out? So then Department of State says, hey, we're setting up these corridors and these timelines for us to fly these people out. We're going to bring them back to, back to Europe into a safe area to get them out. But we can't go actually out and pick them up. Boom, new gap identified. Let's build rosters. Let's start building manifests. Let's start building movement sheets and start escorting these people in. Insert the next conflict.
Man, you guys are effective. And yes, I do hate a lot of nonprofits.
Me
I think
too.
a lot of nonprofits start off with a very good mission statement and they want to do good, and then they explode. And then greed kicks in, and the next thing you know, nobody gives a shit about what they were doing. And originally, it's all about fucking money and taking out the competing nonprofit out rather than. And in the way the conversation went is when we started talking about keeping it small, keeping it grassroots, having specific investors that don't need name recognition and aren't trying to build a massive business. They want to affect the world
they
in a
want to do
positive
good.
manner. And so that's what I was getting at.
Yeah, the other side of that coin that you're totally right about the NGOs, like how many times have you in your professional career, a missionary group, a nonprofit, Doctors Without Borders that gets hemmed up and they're stuck. Now they're captives and they're being used as hostages or leverage for not just money, but also like positioning within the government. Like it happens time and time and time and time again. So like they are and have been historically big problems. We are organized in a way that we are small, we are maneuverable, and most of all, that the talent. If you look at the group that was in Israel, JP, Ryan, Nate, these people are coming from tier one, the most elite special operations backgrounds in the world, and then moved on to work for other groups that gave them even more skills. And like, these are the guys that are effectively doing the evacuations and the rescuing. Like there's nobody more capable or competent on the planet. And they want to be there. Their heart is there to do the right thing. They've always wanted to be able to help in a meaningful way, but they've always had their hands tied. And sometimes by the government, sometimes by bureau chiefs, sometimes by like case officers, sometimes the list goes on of all of the ways that they've been constrained. Now they just get to do good.
Yeah.
And they have not all the resources because we're small, but we have enough resources to do the job at the highest level. Freaking rad.
Yeah, it is, man.
Dave Benjamin Hall, he was the Fox News correspondent that got blown up in Ukraine.
Oh, okay. I'm not familiar with him.
Kind of peak evasion. Fox News correspondent is doing a segment and his car gets attacked. His cameraman dies. He gets horrifically wounded. Rad right now. Ben Hall is in Israel covering the conflict there. Full circle. Save Our Allies was mobilized by Fox to go and rescue him out of Ukraine. So we had to first find him in the middle of this invasion in the entire conflict. Like, where is this one dude that got blown up? He's in some hospital somewhere, and he's dying. And we had to evacuate him out of the country, get him into Poland, and then get permission from the Secretary of Defense to fly him into the military combatant recovery. Like, we brought him to Landstuhl, to Ramstein, and then he moved as if he was a combatant into the military hospital system. And had that not happened, he'd be dead.
Damn.
So like, when people are throwing stones, like, the Secretary of Defense put his name on the bottom line that we can move this dude out of here. So like, if you think that I'm out there doing like some John Wayne shit, like, it could not be furthest from the truth. Like, I'm doing in whatever way we can contribute the best that we can with the assets and support that we have, we'll do that. But by no means is anyone out there being like, hey, look where my name is. Like, look what I did.
Well, thank you for setting the record straight.
I want to fight some people sometimes. Like throwing
You and me both, man.
Throwing darts at my forehead. Like,
You and me both.
Trying to take a selfie.
Hey, everybody's tough on the internet, right?
Yeah.
But the border.
I might take you down there.
I would love to go down there.
Let's go. It is insanity.
Yeah, that's what I keep hearing. It's hard to believe. It's very hard to believe.
When you see numbers, when you see like 300,000 people a month, the Super Bowl had 60,000 people in it. Right? This last couple of days ago.
Yeah.
60,000 people. Then you multiply that to 300,000 come across in a month.
1 month.
Five times the Super Bowl. Crossing our border, military-age men from every single one of our enemies, state actors, moving their people across our open border. Chinese, Russian, terrorists.
See, this is
multi-time felons.
This is where I get into, this is what really, I mean, everything else that's gone on, all of it, the Afghan withdrawal, Ukraine, Russia, is like Epstein, like all of it, dude, all of it. This shit, when I just asked you, do you think we're in a failed state? I don't know how you can answer that question and say no. Because we have become so fucking incompetent in this country. I don't understand how we could not be defeated. It would have to be a nation that is more incompetent than we are. And that's fucking hard to find right now. Yeah. That is really hard to find. We don't have a fucking border. We are the only free country left in the world. Supposedly free, right?
Yeah.
And we have a wide open border that roughly, last thing I read, 6 million plus people have crossed. We are broke. We are printing our money. We have weaponized our dollar.
We have destroyed the First Amendment by tech corporations.
It's fake money. In how could we possibly not already be defeated? That's a real fucking question.
Yeah.
What would you do if you were Russia? What would you do if you were China? What would you do if you were one of these many terrorist organizations who, by the way, are all joining forces against a common enemy? You know who that common enemy is? For those listening, we're the fucking common enemy. Good job.
Yeah.
Good fucking job letting this shit happen.
I wouldn't have to do anything. I would continue to stoke and stalk the flames and fires of dissent, of racism, of every form and fashion of divisive issue that Americans have right now to confuse and divide us further.
Mm-hmm.
I would throw all of my money into TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat to make these kids sit there on those phones for as long as I could, which they are. I would show them that the nuclear family is not necessary, that freedom isn't really a thing that's given by God, but it's something that's given to us by the family or by the government, which is another thing that they're paying for us to see on our phones often. I would finance and support political opponents that would want to fight American values and put in other forms of governance that are wholly against the American ideals and the founding fathers would have imagined. I would try to support the expansion of the federal government. These are all the things that I would do if I was the adversary. And that's what they're doing. They don't have to do anything. They just sit back and hang out and watch us just eat ourselves. That's
what I'm getting at. You know, I don't know how we pull out of this. I don't know. I mean, we talked about at the beginning before the cameras got turned on. You know, people thought something was going to happen at the Super Bowl. People think, you know, how come nothing's happened yet? You hear one side of the aisle mocking people that are concerned that our border's wide open and mocking them because nothing's happened yet. We've had 3 years where there has not been any terrorist attack. Well, let me tell you about war games and simulations. They inject They put these things through a simulation. It shows the probability and the percentage that they're going to have to come out on top. Maybe today they have a 65%. This is hypothetical. Maybe today in the simulation they feed it all the information, and the simulation says, hey, you got a 65% chance you're going to come out on top against the U.S.
Yeah.
But right now, we are a failed state. We are completely incompetent. And so why would they take that time to attack us right now? Why wouldn't they up the percentage? Okay, well, let's put a little bit more people in this way, put them up in this region. Let's infiltrate the power grid over here. It's weak. Yeah. You can't even arrest an immigrant right now, even in this state.
A multi-time felon.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's all they're doing right now is strategy. Yeah. They're just infiltrating, doing whatever they need to do to get that percentage up. And then when somebody strong comes in and the shit starts to get cleaned up, that's when it's going to happen.
Yeah, so how do you fight that? I argue, for the Titanic, which was headed towards that iceberg, had they known and they just made a slight adjustment, just a couple of degrees, they would have avoided that whole entire iceberg, right? None of those people. Is that what we need to do? Just the slightest of adjustments? Does that pendulum need to swing back once again towards sovereignty and freedom? The founding of Apogee, our school, was in that same vein. The founding of Save Our Allies, the founding of Sheepdog Response. Like all of these things, all it takes is this entrepreneurial American spirit for we as a collective to be like, man, we acknowledge that this is not right and this is dangerous. And for us to combat, for us to have a strong America again, is for the individual to be a strong, competent, capable individual, right? Not to be fat, not to be this gelatinous mass that can barely read, that just sits there and swipes on their phone and looks at porn all day long, doesn't know how to use a rifle, doesn't know how to purify water, doesn't know how to be an intentional, disciplined parent to their children, or a loyal entrepreneur that's going to be dedicated to his employees and his colleagues and his partners in the companies. Like, this is, when you look at the founding fathers, when you read that beautiful Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights, like these were written by Americans that stood on the core values of what it meant to be an American. They were not educated at some Ivy League university, but they wrote a document that will stand the test of time. And God, I need Americans to recognize how vulnerable we are. Everything that you just said right now can be fixed. We adjust just a couple of degrees and people take back their sovereignty. They start growing their own food. They start having their own chickens. They start getting strong in body and in mind. They are an ungovernable force. The Americans, the essence of being an American is ungovernable. We are rebellious traitors from our origin. Let's remember what that looked like. Mm-hmm. They told us to do something. We said no, and we put their tea in the harbor. Then they went to Boston, and that shot that was heard around the world kicked off us killing every single one of them and kicking them off of this continent. That is what Americans can do. You mess with our boats in Pearl Harbor, we dropped 2 atomic bombs.
Yeah. There's only so many Americans left.
Yeah. I'm hopeful.
Unfortunately. But, I think that kind of where I'm going with this, how do you fix it? I think you're doing it.
Trying
the youth. The school.
That's right.
Let's get into the school that you started and how that's developed.
Yeah. So Apogee, the first school was Apogee Cedar Park, and it was literally a brick and mortar Socratic school. And man, year one was hard. I did everything wrong. I thought I knew how to run a business, having ran a bunch of businesses, and running a school is pretty different. Then year 2, kind of like learned from our mistakes, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. We adjusted. We also realized that we have to expand the influence. So we went from just being a brick and mortar to online mentorship. I partnered with Matt Boudreau and we started Apogee Strong. And we brought in thousands of people in the online mentorship program, like how to be leaders in your community, what sovereignty, financial sovereignty, physical sovereignty looks like. And then from that mentorship program, we said, hey, we want to expand this Apogee school idea who wants to open a school? And all of these owners stepped up and raised their hand like, I want this in my community. So we have been training and mentoring all of these school owners about, in 2024, we'll open another 50 schools. And then again, back to doing the right thing with money and being small enough to make sure that you're aligning with your purpose and direction and motivation, taking all of those funds and putting them back in to then help other schools launch and to build a larger campus to be able to mentor more people. So until we bring the Department of Education to its knees or completely abolish them, we haven't produced something from public school. Yes, there's outliers and there's anomalies where like extraordinary kids are going to always rise, but you take that same kid and put them anywhere, and they're also going to be wildly successful. It's the mass, it's the 95%. And they have just been turned to useless masses. The consumers, laborers,
tax mules.
That's it. And I don't need those.
We're a bunch of tax mules. Yeah. But I'm really interested in this school. And so one question I have is, when did you start that?
3 years ago.
3 years ago.
Yep.
And how many schools are there now?
Well, I have 50 launching in 24.
And how many are there right now?
One. Yeah.
Okay.
So we went year one, mentorship launched year 2, and expansion happens year 3. Year 5 will be at 300 schools.
Wow. So how do you filter who's coming into the school without getting sued?
Yeah.
Because this shit seems to just bleed in everywhere.
Yeah. We have the people opening the schools, they are part of the mentorship program. So we've spent months and months and months going to live events with them, training with them, talking to them, learning about their values, making sure that their vision aligns with the vision of the school. So we have, Matt has hundreds of hours with these new school owners. And then on the mentorship side, when we are advising about how they're going to be accepting families, we have this gigantic waiting list. We're accepting applications for 24 school year for Apogee Cedar Park. So you can go to apogeecedarpark.org and put in an application right now. And when you put in an application, you're going to be entered into this big, huge funnel. And there's these gates that you have to go through. Here's a reading list of books. Here is you coming in to tour the academy where we get to do a face-to-face with you. Here is your hero, your kid, getting to go into one of the studios and spend time with the teachers and the other heroes. I love kids, and they're also innocent. They're not great liars. So when they're in there for a week, they're interviewing with the whole entire studio. That kid goes home. We get to ask all of the kids, and these Socratic minds, these critical thinking minds, they know, like they're amazing, brilliant, truly brilliant, genius little kids. And when we go like, hey man, what were your impressions? What did you think? And we have a bunch of series of questions. We have Socratic conversations of like, would he be a value added to the studio? What does he bring that would be useful and that you would benefit from, that you would learn from him? What are some things that you think would be kind of a detriment? And listening to an 8-year-old in a very clear way articulate why that kid is good or bad for the studio, man, like,
wow, that's good.
It's a learner-driven environment. That means the leaders of that studio are the kids.
You're also giving these kids freedom of thought.
Yeah.
Without any repercussions.
What
do you think about this?
All questions are open-ended. So they're guides, not teachers. In every single one of the studios, not classrooms, in the studios, like Socrates, he wasn't telling somebody how to do something. He was asking questions, open-ended questions for that person to think through their answers and critically devise the solution to the question that was being posed by the leader, by the guide. So I'm not going to say, hey, we're going to add mulch to the playground. This is how much mulch we're going to add. I'm going to go to the kids and I'm going to say, hey, what mulch do you want? How much volume of mulch will you need to make this 3 inches deep? Okay, if the thickness of the mulch, like, a sand compared to a gravel compared to a rock, is that going to change the amount of volume that we're going to have to order? Like we have just done these kids so dirty because they're so capable. They're so much more capable, and there's a fascinating study done by NASA and MIT. They took a bunch of kids preschool. They started tracking them, saying which ones could problem solve at a genius level. So take something, give them a problem, and you provide them with existing solutions. Which ones could use the non-existing solutions to solve the same problem? And long story short, the longer that these kids were in school, the less capable and less genius they ever were in problem solving.
Are you kidding me?
No, 100%. Google this right now. It is the most mind-blowing study. The final conclusion was the longer these kids were in public school, the dumber they got. The less critical thinking and problem solving were they capable of. And MIT and NASA were like, all right, man, let's just kill this study.
Yeah, let's sweep this one under the rug.
When you go back to the origin of public education with Rockefeller saying, man, I don't need anything. I don't need a critical thinker. I don't need a collaborator. I don't need an innovator. I don't need somebody that can create. I just need somebody that can work. I just need a laborer. I just need somebody smart enough to show up to my factory and do the work to make me money. That is the origin of public education.
Yeah.
And every day since then, it's just gotten worse. So you have two options right now. You open your own school or you homeschool your kids. That's it.
How do you, I'm really interested in this. I mean, I told you my idea last night.
Yeah.
I don't want to take any time up explaining my idea, but how do you vet I'm sorry, I know that, the teachers, what do you call them?
Guides.
How do you vet the guides?
Yeah, in a really similar way. Of course, like the background check and the social media scrub, the drug test, all of those things. But most importantly, the people that are applying are, when that first email comes across, hey, I'd really love to come work for your school. I am leaving, insert this place that I currently have been a guide or a teacher at for this amount of time for these reasons. Now I'm going to ask 5 very basic open-ended questions. And these open-ended questions are like very similar to that kid showing up to the studio and saying, as he's auditioning and interviewing against all of his peers, the last thing that we need is a teacher in there. How are you going to be at a peer by peer level, be able to guide these kids through, here's a problem. And they're open-ended narrative questions. And when we interview these guides, it's very evident which ones get it and which ones don't. My first year, major mistake, I hired teachers. I went and I bought the highest, fanciest, with the best resumes and like awards for this and this, but they weren't aligned with this vision. And catastrophic failure.
Really?
Yeah. And
what are some of the things that you saw?
When a critical thinker that can't sit at a desk, that needs to move to problem solve and is gonna think in an atypical way, that teacher who can only do something linear, but then something that's kind of chaos and anarchy in an approach to a solution, they literally can't process. So they'd combat it and they'd stifle and they'd stuff and they'd stomp and they'd stop. Or instead, we're supposed to inspire and supposed to give resources. And if they fail, it's fine. Like if the kid fails, you will learn from that failure. And I don't need to have every kid passing in a session. Mm-hmm. I just need that kid to grow. I just need that child to evolve and to continue down this road of becoming a critical thinker. They can do anything. Like if you can program manage and you can critical think, you can do anything. Mm-hmm. So like, why aren't we, and we haven't been in education doing anything besides teaching kids how to take a test. I'm fairly certain I've never been to war and I've never walked into a ring and I've never started a business that I was like given anything that was useful that resembled a test that I ever took in school. Why don't we prepare them for what real life looks like?
You were talking to me about some of the curriculum And you were talking about some type of an exercise that you had these kids doing where they were building their own business.
Yep.
What age group was that?
First, second, third, fourth grade.
Can you go through that exercise?
I mean, it was super simple. We had a business fair, a date set. So in 2 months from now, we're going to go to this business fair or we're going to go to a farmer's market. Everyone in the studio, you have to create a product. You have to create this product. You have to market this product and you have to bring this product to market. Then at the end, you're going to come back to the studio and you're going to give a brief about the performance of your product. So one little girl took a loan from her parents, bought mason jars, got kinetic sand, and then built themed environments in every single one of these kinetic sands. So like one of them was like green and brown kinetic sand. She put all these little dinosaurs in there and she sold them for $25 a piece. The cost of her product, like her out-of-pocket cost, was like $3. So she's making $22 for every single one of these sales. And she sold a whole bunch of them at the farmer's market. And she paid her parents back. Then she took her profit and gave her presentation. Here was what I spent. Here's how much my booth cost. Here's how much the cost of goods were. This is the loan that I took. This is the interest that I paid back. And here's my profit. Right. And then we had another one that took he went and collected all the sheds off his parents' ranch and he trimmed them and cut them with a skill saw, which is kind of cool. How many kids know how to use a skill saw? Put screws through them with like nice little fancy washers with this big, huge industrial screw and turned them into hardware. So it's like a bolt that went through it. On the back, you could screw in the nut with another washer and you would have like this axis handles for your cabinetry. He took those and built them and sold them as sets, like 6 and 8 and 12, depending on how many drawers you had within your bedroom, and sold dozens of sets and made a ton of money. He had almost no overhead besides some bolts and some nuts and some washers. So he was almost pure profit besides the cost of him renting one table to put at the farmer's market. And so success. Massive success. And then this other kid went and like took some sticks, some branches that he thought looked like guns and tried to sell them at the farmer's market and made no money because nobody bought them. Like I think his uncle bought one and, out of charity. And he went back and he had to brief everybody in his class and he was embarrassed. And I remember being embarrassed. I remember failing. I remember not doing well in a spelling test. I remember all the times that I failed were the moments that I learned the most. And I will argue, even though the 2 success stories, sure, they made some money and they learned a ton about how to do business. Their parents were super involved. But that kid that sat there with shame and embarrassment learned the best lesson of them all. And everybody's walking out of the studio. Parents are mad because, Tommy didn't do great in his presentation where he lost time, lost a little bit of money, but most of all was embarrassed because all of his friends were successful. And instead being able to, juxtaposition, switch the perspective and be like, but look at what he learned, and are you excited to see what he's going to do in this next one?
Yeah.
But it's on you, parent. Like there's no teacher that's going to sit here and hold their hand and do this work for them. And it is not your job, parent, to do all the work for them. It is your job to help them be able to learn how to do this. It's your responsibility. It's nobody else's responsibility. Government's not going to teach your kids ethics, grit, integrity, and hard work. That is your job. So rise.
How many kids are in the school roughly?
Apogee, sort of 24, I think will probably be around 3,000.
3,000?
Yeah. Between mentorship, physical locations, brick and mortar schools.
That's incredible. So if I wanted to,
Shawn, we're like just getting started.
I know.
Like,
that's what's so exciting about it. I mean,
we're literally like the first year was a real rough start. We're in our second year right now. We're 3 years into this, 2 years of actually doing it right.
Yeah.
And we're going.
It's obviously spreading like wildfire.
Yeah.
So, I want to know if I want to bring this to Franklin, Tennessee.
Yeah.
What do I do?
You go to apogeestrong.com. we launched a documentary yesterday, like an hour-long documentary talking about public education, talking about our purpose, talking about our vision, how, Matt and I are approaching not education, not schooling, about creating critical thinkers. And so you're going to go to apogeestrong.com. All the people that are going to be opening schools are going to come from within the mentorship program. There'll be very rare exceptions because we have to know everybody. Like if we don't know them personally and we haven't spent time with them, you're not going to open a school. So like we have to have the rapport and relationship and trust and faith that you're going to be doing the right thing to continue to spread this vision. So if you go to Apogee, you get onto the mentorship program, and there's a lot. I mean, we demand your big reading list. You're journaling, you're working out every single day. We're asking questions about intentionality as you as a parent and you as a husband or a wife in your family. And it's a full family approach. Like this isn't, hey, you leader of the household. It is you as a complete family, nuclear family, as a family unit. How are you approaching raising the most powerful, influential children that you possibly can?
Man, you are doing a lot of good stuff.
Hope so. I'm trying. If not, I'm going to go crazy.
Yeah, man, we covered a lot of ground there.
Yeah.
And I wish we had another 6 hours to dive into some of this stuff. But
as we're walking across Big Bend in Southwest Texas towards the Mexican border, we can talk more.
Right on. Well, I'll meet you down there. But Tim, I just want to say, man, I'm really happy that our paths have crossed, and it's an honor to know you. It's an honor to be able to get your story out. And man, I'm blown away at all of the good that you're injecting into this world, because we sure as hell need it, man. So thank you.
Thank you, man. Thanks for having a voice, dude. I'm proud to know you. So
thank you.
Keep on killing it.
You. All right, brother.
Thank you.
How many of you have logged into your Netflix, Amazon, Hulu, whatever your streaming platform is, only to find the same mind-numbing content over and over and over again? And then you wind up settling and you just watch that mind-numbing content. Maybe it's time to spend your time learning something that's inspiring and that could possibly improve your life. That's why I'm so excited that Hillsdale College is offering more than 40 free online courses in the most important and enduring subjects. You can learn about the works of C.S. Lewis, the stories in the book of Genesis, the meaning of the U.S. Constitution, the rise and fall of the Roman Republic, or history of the ancient Christian church. With Hillsdale College's online courses, they are all available for free. That's right, it's free. I personally recommend you sign up for American Citizenship in Its Decline with Victor Davis Hanson. In this 8-lecture course, Dr. Hanson explores the history of citizenship in the West and the threats it faces today. Threats like the erosion of the middle class, the disappearance of our borders, the growth of an unaccountable deep state, and the rise of globalist organizations. The course is self-paced so that you can start whenever and wherever you want. Start your free course, American Citizenship and Its Decline with Victor Davis Hanson today. Go right now to hillsdale.edu/SRS to start. It's free and it's easy to get started. That's hillsdale.edu/SRS to start. hillsdale.edu/SRS. Hey everybody, I'm Shawn Ryan. Click here to subscribe to the Shawn Ryan Show YouTube channel for the hottest and most compelling interviews that you will not see anywhere else. I've also made a playlist of all the previous SRS episodes so they're easy to find. You can find that right here.